Good evening. Tonight, we're finally getting to Shadowbringers, which, as is tradition for this Rewind Replay stream series, we have to watch the trailer first, right? That's the only way to get it started. So let's talk a little bit about that. Of course, if you want to see it without me speaking over it, that is always a chance you have from in-game. Santa says, for favorite boss mechanic, which is the question for the chat tonight? It says, I'll probably say Archmon style attacks. You mean those where it's like 4 or 5 stack markers on top of each other? That's actually, that's really good, and I really like that they have more recently freshed that up with a more unique marker. Like the multiple stack markers on top of each other makes it a little bit more clear. Still funny that a lot of players still misunderstand what it means. Which one is limit cuts again? I don't remember.
For the one that stood alone against the storm.
Numbers assigned to everyone.
For the one they called. The warrior of light.
Ah, okay. Yeah, those are actually really good. I think it's also really nice when they make it in a specific way where you can't really rely on someone else to lead the way. Like generally mechanics where you have to think for yourself, where the, I believe they call it the safety Dorito, doesn't really work. I know that is really mean to say I like mechanics where you can't do that, because it might make it really hard for some players to participate, but I feel like in difficult content it's only expected that you know you can do those mechanics yourself. And I'm guessing something like limit cuts would sort of do that, right? My favorite kind of mechanic are those where the boss does something that you have to memorize, and then it comes back later and goes, do you remember? And also mechanics that that require you to see what the boss is saying. A particular example of that is the math mechanics in Ridorana Lighthouse. And the one where you have to memorize, that includes also the Seed of Sacrifice encounter, which I will not explain any details on or discuss because it's a gigantic Shadowbringers spoiler. So we'll take that when we get to that, but I do like this mechanic. Like mechanics where you see that the boss does something, nothing happens, and then a minute later in the fight, the boss does something specific based on what animation they just did a minute prior. Like preparing something. Nail quotes and you quote. I don't know. I haven't done that encounter to the point where I would recognize that. But yeah, when the boss has like dialogue that does something significant to the encounter, I think that's really nice. Means that you pay more attention to what the boss is saying, which adds more meaning to what the boss is saying, because if you don't have to read what they're saying, then you probably won't read what they're saying, which means that they're just talking to a door. In P8, just on normal even, they add a lot more significance to what the boss is saying, simply by having what he's saying correlate to a specific mechanic. It doesn't add very much because it's not like you need to see what he's saying, but it helps tremendously with, first of all, making people read or pay attention to what the boss is saying, but simultaneously also makes people care about what he's saying. because, for instance, he says something different depending on when he's doing the line AoE with the serpent, or the side AoEs with the phoenix. If you play Savage content, I'm sure that kind of mechanic is so easy that you don't even care about such an extra, like, vocal reminder. But it's a really neat way to, like, include that mechanic, that kind of feature in the game. Santos says, for Serpent, Phoenix, and Savage, I can just kind of tell by the sound effect. Yeah, of course, and on normal, I generally just look at the boss and see that the Phoenix is there. But you can also hear it. Hey, Maliboba, how are you doing? And hey, Tracy, how are you doing? Like, the mechanic in P8 on normal is so slow, on normal specifically, that you have, like, an eternity to figure out what the boss is going to do. You don't need the vocal reminder as well. But it's more like it helps somehow. And I think it's also just a neat addition. And it's also better for Savage because it adds more that the encounter designers can make. They don't have to have the boss do anything physically if they can make the mechanic explain itself vocally. Hey Lawrence, how are you doing? That was a little bit... that could have used a little more of a fade out there, don't you think? Right. That took a little moment. Interesting. We're going into Shadowbringers now. And then it's going to be interesting whether we get to Holminster Switch or not tonight. And as we were talking about boss mechanics, because the question for the chat tonight, which has now become a little tradition, is do you have a favorite type of boss mechanic? And it still counts if it is something unique to a specific boss, like it could be, oh, I really like glare mechanics, or I really like stack markers. It doesn't have to be unique. It doesn't have to be unique. It could be unique, but it doesn't have to be. Here come the feels. Xander says, I've been watching videos of Uwu to prepare myself, and what really is fascinating for someone who started in 5.5 is that tank busters aren't telegraphed by neither cast nor marker. That's true. In Titan Unreal, when people were doing that was also quite brutal. The best you could do was just make sure that you had cooldowns up most of the time, because Titan would just randomly tank buster you from a standing position. There was no tell at all whatsoever. It's like it is a way to make a mechanic difficult. It's not unusual to see boss mechanics in older content, or even just dungeons, where the boss's tank buster is sometimes the boss just punches you in the face a little harder. Just to take an example that we have done on stream, Siren Song C, the final boss, will at times just smack you with its head instead of its arms, and the head is a tank buster, and I think it smacks you with the head every third or fourth time, but there's not really a system to it, so you just have to guess. You just have to try and keep cooldowns up and guess. You can't do anything else. That's why those kinds of non-telegraphed tank busters aren't too interesting. I believe a thing that was also common before Shadowbringers especially was the fact that bosses can critically hit with auto attacks. They can't do that anymore. For good reason. Could you imagine? You just get smacked by a tank buster, and then the next auto attack that follows is a crit, so before you can even heal, you're dead. Oh, look, weapon. Small upgrade, but an upgrade nonetheless. We'll take it. But it's not voice acted.
Good news, Caetsu. We've had a stroke of luck in our search for that beacon. Apparently, our colleagues have stumbled across a hidden path leading down into the hollows around the base of the Crystal Tower. A path I doubt we'd ever have found had the Ironworks and the Scions not added their numbers to the party. Thanks to them, we have eager eyes aplenty down there, checking under rocks and peering into every nook and cranny. Still, it sounds like there's a lot of ground to cover.
Then we'd better go and give them a hand. Sounds like tedious work, but not as tedious as waiting around, I suppose. That's pretty good. Let's do that one.
Exactly. So I was thinking we should go and lend a hand. The sooner we find this beacon, the sooner you can travel to wherever it is this mysterious voice is coming from. And the sooner we can work out how to help our friends. We have to find a way to wake them up, and before the Empire comes calling again, meaning we have no time to lose. There's a boat in North Silvertier. There's a boat in North Silvertier waiting to ferry people to the site, so let's be on our way.
It is pretty interesting that the timey-wimey magic that happens in Shadowbringers is used incredibly efficiently, because it both explains how the story is where it is when we get to the expansion, and it also explains how the story hasn't progressed much further when we come back. I think it's a very good way to like make better use of different like speeds in time. That if one is going faster, that also means that they can cover a lot more ground there. And Santos says, I like tank busters that have something else going on other than the standard just use rampart and short cooldown. Yeah, I think the addition of dots to tank busters has been healthy, because it means that you have to care a lot more about dealing with the mechanic properly. You can't just invuln it either. Tank busters that apply a vulnerability debuff that requires a tank switch is also like pretty common. It works. I believe the general idea that makes tank busters and things like that sort of work is that, or you know, tank mechanics in general, is that if the designer comes in with tanks are having fun when they're tanking things, then you're getting somewhere. Sansa says it makes the change in Thancred's personality from Heavensward compared to Shadowbringers more believable. That's also true. Heading to the survey site, ma'am. It's on the eastern shore of the lake, and the swiftest way to get there is by boat. Oh, that's a really fast boat. I just flew here. Fun fact, we still couldn't fly in A Realm Reborn zones at this point in the main quest originally. Sansa says from AR, not Heavensward. Point still stands. That's true. I mean, he had a big change from AR to Heavensward too in some capacity.
Look how many people there are! Should we get to it then? Pick up anything that seems the least bit device-like, and we'll make ourselves a pile.
Well, if it isn't the hero of the hour, maybe you'll change our look. We've found bugger all without you.
Biggs! Wedge!
Aye, aye. Well, we could hardly say no to a call for aid from the Scions. Jesse called it the chief of some other business. So we'll be working twice as hard to make up for his not being here.
Thrice as hard, even.
Thank you, both of you. I'm sure we'll find that beacon in no time.
I'm not seeing anything out here. Do you reckon you could squeeze in there, Wedge?
And get stuck halfway? No, thank you.
Okay, but maybe you could wedge in there then.
I could try if you like.
Tataru, no! We couldn't ask you to do that.
Oh, I'll be fine. This receptionist is not afraid to get her hands dirty.
The best running animation.
Sorry, I meant to say, the scholars haven't finished their preliminary assessment of the site yet, so we're not supposed to venture too far in. What's that you got there? Now that looks promising.
Isn't that the Ironworks symbol? Counterfeiters?
Now I have you.
You are right.
What's happening?
Stay with me. Focus on my voice. Let expanse contract. Eon become instant.
Wait, this must be it. The device. Oh, this is supposed to happen.
Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Oh, safe journey, warrior of light. Find our friends and bring them home.
You don't have to open the gate so wide, though. I'm not that big.
The dawn's light will shine again.
Oh, do not look at me so.
You're slaves to a tyrant. There's no freedom in that.
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you!
We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this.
Hey Gunsmokes, how are you doing?
Your time has not yet come.
That's okay, Gunsmokes. Thank you for checking in anyway. Is that where we have to go?
From endless dreams I awake. Something vague, yet urgent, calls me to action once more.
He looks familiar.
Rare to meet someone out here who's not a peddler themselves. What brings you into the wilds this time of night?
So wait, it's out of place. That guy, I'm pretty sure, is intended to look... You know how there's this guy, this peddler merchant that you talk with at the very start of A Realm Reborn, and again near the end of A Realm Reborn, or at the very end of A Realm Reborn, really. I'm like absolutely certain that he's supposed to be like so much like that guy that our character's looking at him like, wait a minute, aren't you supposed to be... I didn't realize this similarity either when I played through the first time, because it'd been so long, but because I've, you know, been playing through this story again and been paying a lot more attention to everything with the story, this is the first thing I noticed, that, wait, that guy looks familiar, and then placing him. I think it's a very interesting way to, like, make it like, for the players that paid enough attention, they will go, wait a minute, he looks so familiar, but we're not... Where are we? He doesn't recognize me. Like, it's almost like they're giving you a sign that you're not in the same place anymore, if you weren't realizing it yet. What do you mean, this time of night?
Well, if it ain't the oldest joke in the book. Me granddad, God rest his soul, used to tell that one to the barman at kicking out time. And when, pray tell, did we last have a dark night? You rotten old drunk, yet he'd reply.
Jeez.
Over 100 bleeding years ago, that's when. You got that look down to a T. I'd almost think you meant it. Ah, got to you, did they? Poor beggar. That explains it then. Well, I've roads to travel and wares to sell, but you best hurry along to the town nearby. Just head east through the trees and aim for the Shining Tower. You'll find the place soon enough. 'Tis the biggest settlement for malms around. Go on now, friend. They'll take good care of you in the Crystarium.
is a funny little story if there's not any voice acting for a bit. When I did...
Dizzying heights it rises. The gleaming spire. Its tip threatening to pierce the blinding canopy.
I basically forced that to happen, didn't I?
There, it will all begin anew. Between dark and light. The pure and the corrupt. The one true struggle.
So just to finish, that was the thing I was going to say, is when I was doing this originally, I came back to the game like a short while before Shadowbringers, actually, after being away. Like, I reached max level in Stormblood, and then at some point I quit, and then I came back a little bit before Shadowbringers. But I just, you know, leveled other jobs, tried to get back into the swing of things, which meant that I didn't do the main quest. Then when Shadowbringers dropped, I played around with Gunbreaker and stuff like that for a week or so. And then when it was really difficult to get anywhere because tank queues were abysmally long, I went around to do my main quest, and when I reached this particular quest, I was actually in the queue for something, and it happened to pop during the cutscene, which meant that I was in the interesting predicament of choosing to watch the cutscene or go queue. I remember there was no warning that there was going to be a really, really long cutscene, whereas normally there is. It's just a funny little thing that I remember, because I specifically remember seeing like this cool cutscene and be like, no, the queue, but the cutscene, but, and having to choose between it. Yeah, let me just catch up on chat. Lawrence says, I would like to ask, what damage dealing job would you recommend for a beginner player? If you can understand, like if you don't mind reading a little bit extra tooltips and understanding basic mechanics a little bit, then I would highly recommend Arcanist, because it is extremely easy. You just have to like understand the mechanics, like you just have to read what the game tells you to do. As soon as you understand that, it is possibly the easiest job in the game, and it doubles by having the advantage that by level 30 you can actually also switch to a healer job, although I would recommend trying Conjurer first before you start playing healer of any other kind of healer actually. If you don't want to deal with these complex mechanics at the very start, then I think Lancer is a really good choice, because unlike... let me just find the job list. Unlike all the other DPS jobs, literally all of them, Dragoon doesn't even get like one of these job gauges until level 70. So the job is very, very simple. The things that you have to watch out for is like a more complex rotation as you level up. It might become overwhelming over time, but if you would want just one job to stick to, and you want to not have something too complex, then Arcanist, which advances to Summoner, is my recommended one. I actually have a video specifically for recommending new players what job to start on. Let me just find it. Hey Draypower, how are you doing? Thank you so much. Glad to hear that. Hello Mari, how are you doing? PP and N? What? Hey Robert, how are you doing? What else did I miss? Oh yeah, Santo and Tracy talking about the fact that Thancred has grown a lot as a person due to having to be a dad, sort of. And that is a very good point. yeah, I would recommend, I would highly recommend Arcanist if you're a new player and you want to play a simple DPS job. If you want to play a simple, well, if you want to play a simple healer, then obviously you should play Conjurer, and if you want to play a simple tank, then I would say Paladin is easier to play, like, as a whole. But Warrior is easier in other ways. Both of them are pretty approachable.
Halt.
Every face in this city I know. Yours, I do not. This is the threshold of the Crystarium, stranger, and I am its gatekeeper. If you would enter, you will answer my questions.
Answer my questions 3.
From where do you hail?
Gridania? The source? I don't know. I think Gridania is the more interesting choice, because that's unique to what job we started as.
Do you take me for a fool? No such place exists.
Oh! So now, not only do you come up to me, to my face, and claim you know every face in this Crystarium that you claim exists, and now I say I come from a place you don't know. Have you traveled the entire world? No, I didn't think so. Let's continue.
Had you given me an honest answer, I would not have barred your way. We care little here for a person's place of origin, but instead, you chose concealment. And I will not suffer you to pass. That one had eaten. It must have gulped down the whole hand. Ring and all.
No! No! Our only friend.
Everything all right, Captain?
So anyone keeping count, that's one person that we talked to in Shadowbringers dead?
Quite all right, my lord. Just a stray sin eater, and a weak one at that.
I see. Weak or not, we should be on the lookout for more. But I see you've met my guest. I will escort her to the Crystarium myself, if you've no objections.
Another of your mysterious friends, is it? I should have known. Very well. I'll inform the others your guest is to be given the run of the city. Pray forgive my less than cordial welcome. May the rest of your stay with us be a pleasant one.
Come with me. I will answer whatever questions you have when we are somewhere more private. Right then, before we plunge into the wheres and wherefores, let me first thank you for answering my summons. I had intended to bring you directly to my personal quarters, but I fear my aim was slightly off. That you are still able to make the crossing unharmed is a great relief. And so, we come to the question of where. The realm in which you now find yourself belongs to one of the 13 reflections, or shards. The first, to be precise, even if its inhabitants are largely oblivious to the fact. As to wherefore, having been awarded the rather grandiose title of Crystal Exarch, I, in my capacity as caretaker of the Crystarium, thought to seek the aid of you and your companions.
Are the other Scions here?
That is a question with no simple answer. But all shall be explained in due course, I promise you. Let us begin with the glaring skies up above. Here in the First, the world has been all but consumed by primordial light. It began a century ago, by this realm's reckoning. A luminous flood swallowing everything in its path. More than 9/10 of this star was lost. And the fortunate few who survived are hounded by abominations born of that catastrophe even now. Sin Eaters, we call them. The creature you saw earlier was one such monstrosity. It was to save the First from this menace that I learned to bridge the rift between worlds. That I might call upon the aid of the greatest of heroes. And though it meant depriving a world of its champion, I had to try. For in saving the First, you would bring salvation to the source as well. But what manner of host harangues his guests in the middle of the road? Let us continue our talk within the Crystarium.
You know, it gets extra difficult to recognize him when you remember that last time he spoke was in A Realm Reborn, wasn't it? Whoever he is, for those that don't know.
Such a proud and vibrant city. The sole sanctuary for the living in a world all but resigned to oblivion. Each stone was laid with hope. The town itself a symbol, a monument to defiance in the face of death. No would-be hero could fail to answer its call. For who among us does not yearn for salvation?
Many long cutscenes. Let's see. Robert says, so far I'm loving Shadowbringers' story. I'm glad to hear that. It's so good. And Lawrence and Tracy are very happy with their Vieira characters. That is good. The best part of having some race choices in games is that you get the one that you like the best. I'm glad that I have enough race options in the game that I had multiple that I would like to play. As I've said before on stream, if Aura didn't exist in the game, then my main would probably have been a Lalafell anyway. And here we are. Welcome, my friend, to the Crystarium. Here's your spear and your Castrian roll. You like the song you heard on the way here? Yeah, it's pretty good, isn't it? I wrote it myself. Now, a full and frank discussion in the privacy of my study would seem to be in order. But I think our conversation would be more meaningful were you first to gain a firmer grasp of the situation here. To that end, I would like you to visit a few of the Crystarium's civic leaders and glean something of this world and its predicament. As you can see, this path will take you directly to the Aetheryte, a convenience with which I am sure you are only too familiar. Being the rightful object of my summoning spell, you should in theory be able to reach all the way back along your etheric trail and find a connection in the source, believe it or not. I strongly suggest you complete this attunement before venturing any further. After you've done so, walk up the steps next to the Aetheryte and head out to the left to arrive in the crystalline mean. This is where you'll find our collective of crafters and gatherers, as well as their spokeswoman, Cutlass, one of the people I should like you to meet. Another is Morin. To reach him and his Cabinet of Curiosity, you'll want to avoid the aforementioned steps, take the exit on the left, and simply continue straight along and down until you come to the large doors at the end of the path. The third and final person I should like you to meet is Bragi, our man in charge of trade and distribution. He is to be found in the markets, which you can access from the opposite side of the Aetheryte Plaza. In seeking out each of my colleagues, you will visit the major districts of the city, and hopefully gain a feel for the place. I trust my directions were simple enough. Better than many directions I've had in my life. Ah, very good. I concede, the layout of the Crystarium owes more to historic necessity than planning, but I'm sure you'll learn its twists and turns before long. In all honesty, the true challenge may be in finding the right way to approach its citizens. As you discovered during your encounter with the captain, the people of this world are unaware of the existence of other stars, and will struggle to accept the truth of your origin. That being the case, when they ask whence you hail, as they inevitably will, I suggest you claim to share a homeland with the Crystal Exarch. There's an unspoken rule here about peering too deeply into that particular mystery. When you've finished making the rounds, pray meet me in the large courtyard at the center of town. Until then. Ah yes, the Shadowbringers quest accepted. Alibaba says, I don't like the concept of Viera or Mikote, but I don't have a problem with Aura, probably because of half-dragon form from Dungeons & Dragons. Well, I don't know. I think they all look nice. I think the most common complaint that I hear about races in Final Fantasy XIV is that a lot of players complain that they're all, like, human. What race would you like to be in this fantasy world? Would you like to be human? Human with cat ears? Human that is kind of large? Human that has big ears and kind of tall, that's Elf. Or Ellison. Maybe a human with a dragon tail and scales. No, I know what you want. You want human with bunny ears. Like, I can see the problem, but I do feel like each race looks distinct enough that it isn't a problem. I like all of them. By focusing your senses, you detect the flow of vastly distant currents of ether. Your connection to these energies is faint but stable, and should allow teleportation to Aetherites in the source. Who do you pay? As far as I understand, you're supposed to be paying the people for maintenance of Aetherites when you use them, or something like that. That's the logical reason for why you pay. How do they know how much you owe for specific travel, like for a specific trip? How do they know that? So where did you come from? Oh yeah, another world. Ah yes, that'll be 500 gil. And also, while we're on the subject, why is Idleshire further away from Norvrandt the world than, I don't know, Uldar? How does that work? Rare to see a place so well stocked with goods, isn't it? But not here. I'm going to guess you're new to a fair city. Well, for what it's worth, you've chosen a fine sanctuary. The Exarch can throw up a barrier if the Sin Eaters come close, so it's a damn sight safer in here than it is out there. Safer and more civilized too, thanks to us in the mean. We work together to procure materials and resources, and craft the goods which make city life possible. This is the place to visit if you need a coat mended or a kettle forged. Only if it's a kettle though. Just don't go thinking it'll all be handed to you on a plate like those Eulmoran layabouts. Here in the Crystarium, we work for a living. Though I see you're no stranger to honest labor. You don't have that whiff of indolence about you like some folk I've met. Still, I can't quite pin down your profession. Where is it you're from? One of the Exarch's countrymen, you say? I see. Well then, I'll work twice as hard to make you feel welcome. Our city wouldn't even exist if it weren't for him, and any friend of his is a friend of ours. It's really quite incredible when you think about it. They say his grand magic summoned the Crystal Tower into existence, pulled the entire thing out of thin air. It wasn't long before droves of refugees began congregating around its base, desperate for shelter after losing their homes to the flood. And that's how the Crystarium began. At the Exarch's invitation, buildings started going up, and with the help of some curious relics brought forth from the tower, the place gradually expanded into the thriving metropolis you see today. The city stood here for decades now, yet the eldest among us swear the Exarch looks exactly the same as he did back then. He is indeed a man of many mysteries, but for all his secrecy, he has never yet let us down. So if he, and you, wish to remain silent about your shared homeland, then the folk here will respect your wish for privacy. I am, however, more than a little curious to see any crafting talent you might be hiding. If you ought to contribute on that front, be sure to come back and visit once you've had a chance to settle in. Just ask for Catalyst, and I'll find you a niche here in the crystalline mean. You can help us keep the cogs of the city greased and turning. The exchange with Catalyst has taught you about life in the Crystarium. Thank you so much, Lawrence. I actually didn't choose it specifically. My friend Zip, who you may have seen on streams before, gifted it to me quite early in the adventure. He told me that for the most part the outfit is the same outfit that his character was wearing when he learned what a climber plate was. The only difference is that mine is pink, because he made sure to hand me some pink dye. I'm glad to hear that you like the outfit. I also really like the raincoat. It fits very well. Oh, we're almost level 81. What is it we get at 82? That's oh yeah, right. Draconian fire thing. That ether shard is upstairs, right? Guess I forgot that one while we were in the crystalline mean. Hello, morning. Do you have voice acting? Excuse me, miss. You recently come to the city, perchance? I'm quite familiar with our civic roles, you see, and... What I mean to ask is, have you brought any books with you? A rumpled scroll, even? A scrap of scribbled-on parchment? My apologies. Literature is something of an obsession of mine, as well as a profession. Librarian Morin at your service, and this humble collection is known as the Cabinet of Curiosity. As your powers of perception have likely informed you, my colleagues and I are responsible for curating all manner of tomes, documents, and other vehicles for the written word. As horrific as the loss of life and land wrought by the flood unquestionably was, the damage to recorded knowledge was no less catastrophic. We do all we can to preserve what wisdom survived. But tell me, what brings you to the cabinet today? Looking for any title in particular? Mayhap a spot of academic research? Oh, so you've an interest in modern history. Splendid! A thorough review of recent events can often yield novel perspectives. I quite agree. If you would prefer something visual to accompany the account, then I think I have an illustrated history book for children somewhere. Finally, someone who knows what I need. Ah, yes. Small, childlike size, in a cute raincoat. You're going to need a children's history book. I've got you covered. I'll be right back. Just a moment, and I'll fetch it for you. And here we are. Would you like to pull up a chair? Make yourself more comfortable? On with the lesson, then. He looks so happy. So excited. Can I tell someone about the story of our world? 100 years ago, or near enough not to matter, villains known as the Warriors of Light slew the Shadowkeeper, the Steward of Darkness. In the wake of this tainted deed, light began to pour into the world as if from unseen cracks. It pooled and swelled without cease, until the day an enormous, blinding wave rose up and swept across our star. We called this calamity the flood of light. Everything it touched was leached of life and vigor, leaving naught behind but a luminous wasteland. Yet, just when it seemed that all would be lost, a savior appeared before us. The Oracle of Light. She stood twixt us and approaching doom, and by her power did she stay the flood. Thus was Norvrandt, and Norvrandt alone, spared the fate of erasure. Tragedy would, however, arrive in another form. From the blasted emptiness descended horrors of strange and terrible aspect to bedevil the few folk who survived. These sin-eaters were light incarnate, and their effulgent presence stole the night from Norvrandt's sky. Even now they circled the remaining bastions of civilization, ever on the hunt for us, ever hungering for our flesh. And thus did the world become what it is. Should you ever wish to hear the tale again, I would be glad to retell it for you. Or if you would rather I speak of other matters, that too would be my pleasure. I should be glad of the company. Oh, he's so nice. Your exchange with Morin has taught you about the flood of light. See, Lawrence says, speaking of glam, do you have a favorite relic weapon? Mine is probably A tier and Priven for paladins. I'm not that picky with weapons. As you may have noticed, my character wears almost exclusively like a handful of outfits. My main specifically. But in terms of weapons, those can change every now and then. I like... I guess... But just to say something that stands out a little bit in particular for me is that I really like the the starting, the level 89 Sage weapon, the one that you're given near the end of the story of Endwalker's leveling story. I can't remember their name, but they're these like long, like almost spikes. Especially because when you sheath them, they like hang on your back like wings, like small wings. I really like that. But overall, I don't really do that much in terms of like weapon grinding. I do really like for something specific. I like I believe it's called Elios. Specifically the augmented Elios from the Hades encounter. I really like that one. To the point that I had original Elios, and when augmented Elios was added to the game, I bought it very quickly. So I really like that one. And I also really like the design of the Titania augmented weapons. The way that they are very colorful. But overall, I don't do that much in weapon collecting. Well, that's sort of not true. I have all of the Shadowbringers relic weapons. Every single one. But I don't use them at the moment. I pretty much use the Mandeville relic weapons instead, visually. But many of the relic weapons look very nice. It's just that it's too much effort to get one. So I haven't gotten one of any of the A Realm Reborn, Heavensward, or Stormblood relic weapons finished. Not a single one. My discovery in my research for my somewhat recent Poetics guide, that you need over 20,000 Poetics for a single Heavensward weapon also is a little bit of a deterrent for me to start on one, if you get what I mean. It's a very, very large time investment. 80 and Privin, is that from Heavensward, by the way? Where on earth? Am I supposed to go all the way back here? I just wanted that. I'm just grabbing some of the ether shards because that's going to be immensely helpful when we start on traversing the city a little bit more. But one thing that I ran into, and this makes a little bit more sense for me specifically, is that so I like to so I take pictures of my characters. Yes, I know, shocker, for my thumbnails. And I draw in the outline and glow on my thumbnails by hand. Weapons that come with built-in glow or flashy spell effects, which most of the relic weapons do, I find a lot harder to draw the outline of without it looking kinda strange. Because the outline is sort of going to like overlap with the glow, so it looks a little weird. So generally I try to avoid using weapons that glow a lot for my thumbnails, which means that if I use a heavily glowing weapon like on the regular, I need to carry around the non-glowing version, or I need to deal with it. It's a very minor thing, and it's something that is so specific that it's not like it makes me not like a relic weapon that it glows. It's just that I might be less likely to use a glowing weapon. just because of that. Norvrandt says, yes, they are from Heavensward. Alright. I think Paladin relic weapons tend to look incredible. But I think maybe it's just because I'm a little bit biased because I really like sword and board. Like, the sword and shield style looks awesome.
New to the city, friend. The spinning head and white eyes give you away. Welcome, my name is Bragi, and I'm the master of these markets. They gave the district another, official title, but I'm not in the habit of using it, to floor it by half. In any case, our merchants stock a wide range of equipment, so we should have something in your size. Forgive me my asking, but you are a dwarf, yes? We don't get many of your lot coming down from the mountain these days.
I'm sorry, did you say dwarf?
Aye, something wrong?
Let's see if we can straighten this out. See those two in front of us? The shorter one is a hume, and the taller one is an elf. The sturdy individual over there is a Galgant, whilst the one with the horns is a Dran. And then you have the large, scaly chaps with long tails and a knack for raising livestock. Those would be the Zun. Which is apparently not what you call them. Do the dwarves have different names for all the people of the world? Or did you pick up the common tongue in some other far-flung region? Ah, the same as the Exarch, eh? Well, that explains it. You don't get much further flung than that. We've had a few of your lot pass through in recent years, and despite their obvious learning, they've floundered over the simplest things. But not to worry. Should you find yourself confused by the local language or customs, I'll be here to answer your questions. Exchange with Bragi has talked about the peoples of the first. So wait, do they just not explain what a dwarf is? It feels like he missed something there. I don't recall him pointing out... I don't recall him skipping over what, like, an aura is when I first did this quest. But I guess it would be, like, a way to do it. Also, I think it's quite interesting that these people... You have attuned yourself to all the Ethernet shards in the Crystarium. Lakeland is now accessible as an Ethernet destination. I think it's interesting that these people act like they've seen the entire world, but also acknowledge that over 90% of their world is gone. So if I say I'm from Gridania, I could just say, well, actually, I'm a descendant of someone from Gridania, a place that was lost, you know, in the flood thing. You can't know for certain if I'm telling the truth. Well, how did you fare? Did my colleagues help you form a clearer picture of this world and its people? An account of how the Exarch summoned the Crystal Tower and the city built by the refugees who sheltered there. An account of how the Warriors of Light caused the flood, which later led to the appearance of the Sin Eaters. An account of how the races of the Source are known by different names in the first. Yes, it seems you were treated to a most thorough introduction. I understand it was something of a chore, but it was necessary that you grasp these things before we proceed. As for the Crystal Tower's origin, you may have noted that details were sparse. The structure is, in fact, the self-same one you know from the source, transported to the first in its entirety. It was my first attempt at breaching the boundaries between worlds, something of a trial run for your eventual crossing. And although I do not know which era I tore it from, I do know that its arrival served to set the wheels of fate in motion. Level 81! And a gear upgrade! Oh boy. Look at me. I spent like an hour cleaning my inventory, and like a month or two later, we're back to this again. You've done as I requested, and learned something of the world in which you find yourself. Now it's time I fulfilled my half of the bargain, and explained what has befallen your comrades. That is a conversation I would rather have in the privacy of my quarters, however. I must go on ahead to the tower and organize a few things, but I shall see that the guard knows to admit you. The tower's gate lies open then? Just like that? Then Grahatia is... I'm not familiar with that name. Is there something I should know? An extraordinary tale, but I'm afraid I found no such individual residing in the tower when it passed into my care. Mayhap we can revisit that mystery another time. For now, I think it best that we focus on the present. You little snake, you. Greetings, man. The Exarch awaits you within. Let me go ahead so I can prepare a few things. 5 seconds later.
Welcome to the Ocular, my private study. We can speak here without fear of being overheard. I have much to explain, but the truths which I must touch upon in doing so would cause only distress and confusion to the people of this world. Pray keep that in mind. Now, I am sure you are desperate to know the fate of your fellow Scions. To put it simply, they are here in the First. Their arrival, however, was not as recent as you may imagine. Here, time flows at a different pace from that of the Source. In the space of a single hour in your home world, an entire year might pass in the First, and the reverse could also be true. The pace fluctuates without rhyme or reason, and it cannot be predicted. That said, we seem to be entering a period of near equivalence, and thus, for the moment, you need not overly concern yourself with the passage of time. As for your companions, however, Y'shtola and Urianger have dwelled here for 3 winters, all told, while Thancred's count stands at 5. Even our more recent arrivals, Alphinaud and Alisaie, have lived in the First for almost a year. My intention had been to summon only you, but the art of reaching across worlds has proven exceedingly difficult to master. Thus it was that my fumbling hand closed upon those to whom your fate is most closely bound as well. As they were not the object of my summons, their transference was incomplete. Though they may appear to possess corporeal bodies, they are, in truth, merely spirits that one can see and touch. Consequently, while you yourself will be able to pass between worlds with relative freedom, they will not. Much as it grieves me, they are stranded here, unable to return.
Then find a way to send them back.
We spent every waking hour searching for a way to reverse the summoning. In the beginning, at least. As you may have surmised, however, our efforts met with little success. And then we all but abandoned the endeavor once Urianger shared with us the vision he had witnessed during his journey through the rift. In that chaotic no-man's land between realms, time and space warp and blend in unexpected ways. What Urianger saw was the future, that which would one day come to pass. In his vision of tomorrow, the first was rejoined with the source. This collision of worlds brought about the 8th umbral calamity and the deaths of countless multitudes. Amongst those who perished, Urianger clearly saw the fall of the Scions' mightiest champion. He watched you die. And thus did the Scions embrace their exile, and began searching this world for a means to forestall the coming catastrophe in yours. Their souls are stranded in the first, yes, but they have fought on, desperate to save their home and you from destruction. Nor have their efforts been in vain, for it was they who finally established that the elimination of the Sin Eaters will indeed serve to prevent the calamity. Considering these circumstances of our meeting, you would be forgiven for doubting my version of events. And so, before all else, I would suggest you track down your comrades and hear the tale from their lips. I shall of course be happy to assist in these reunions, and you need not make any decisions regarding your involvement until you are certain of where you stand. Meanwhile, I promise I will not rest until I have found a way to help your friends return home. What say you? Have I earned your trust for the moment, at least?
Aye, but I'll see you keep that promise.
Excellent. You will not regret this. With that settled, we shall have to see about getting you ready for the road. Traveling across the rift has no doubt left you weary. I will arrange for a room where you might rest in comfort. While it's being prepared, perhaps I can show you around.
But I just showed myself around. You just had me show myself around. Is this the third time I'm getting showed around? Show me around then, FFXIV. If that even is your real name. The Crystarium boasts a number of residential districts, but I have been informed that a room has just become available at the Pendants. Which, as it turns out, is perfect. Our path there will take us past the markets, and I was hoping to give you my own introduction to their wares. Come along. I want to introduce you to their wares, specifically. Hello.
This is the Musica Universalis, the commercial heart of the Crystarium. What you might need to prepare for your journeys can be purchased here. Ah, yes. You must be curious about the currency. Fear not. The gil you carry will serve you well enough. Each nation once minted its own coins, but 'twas all a jumbled mess following the flood. After much debate, the local merchants eventually elected to revert to the old ways, wherein a coin's value was decided by the worth of its metal. As for a unit of measurement, we agreed upon the term gil, a word borrowed from coins uncovered within the Crystal Tower here. And as our traders peddled their wares across the land, so too did our usage of gil become common practice. From what your stola tells me, a standard coin from the source equates to exactly 1 gil here, or near enough, not to matter. Our way of life has benefited greatly from the artifacts we recovered from the tower, some of which may be familiar to you.
Phones! What?
But I fear it would not be practical for us to provide everything to which you are accustomed. You shall need a means to access the commodities of your home world. Avan Kerm Sin?
Yes, I'm here! Of course I'm here! What amusements do you have for me today?
My dear Feo Ul, paragon of pixie kind. For you, I have the most vital task. This fine lady is a friend from a distant realm. And we have need of a means to ferry things back and forth from her home. Might you be able to assist us in this matter?
You came from beyond, didn't you? From beyond the rift? How wonderfully exciting! What a brave and reckless and marvelous thing you did! You've the heart of a pixie, you do. After careful consideration, I have decided to grant you my assistance. Make a pact with me and the fun can begin. But answer me this, traveler. Did your garments come with you when you crossed over? Your teeth? Your nails? Just as I thought! Then you've a good stout connection with your home through which all your belongings, great and small, may easily pass. From this moment forth I will be your Isne Fis, and you my Sne Yak. Like the branch which sprouts from the sapling, our bond will flow unbroken from one to the other.
How do you spell that?
Raise your hand. Done. We are bound now, dearest sapling.
I don't know if I consented to this.
Come then. Make your request. Tell me your desire. I wish to visit this world of yours.
Mayhap her message to your friends in the source to inform them of your safe arrival.
Send a message to the tower, of course. We can only choose one.
Done.
As you heard, that was Feo Ul of the Pixies. Their kind possess an affinity for magic akin to that of arcane beings. They rarely show themselves in populated areas, but Feo is insatiably curious even by pixie standards, and seems to have taken a liking to the Crystarium. Right. We were going to organize a room for you, weren't we? Come along.
As a result of your pact with Feo Ul, you now have access to delivery moogles, market boards, and summoning bells while in the first. Excellent. Tracy says, I love her. To Feo Ul, she is very cute. Well, actually, isn't there something about the pixies having no gender? Or something like that? I feel like I remember that. We can call her a she. Feo Ul looks kind of like a she, doesn't she? Doesn't it? That almost sounds worse. To call a character an it, doesn't it? Ah, there you are. I was just finalizing the matter of your accommodation. You'll have a private room here at the Pendants for the duration of your stay. to make use of as you see fit. When you're ready to retire, the manager will show you to your lodgings. Pray, rest, and recuperate, and we shall reconvene in the ocular anon. I believe that covers all of the practical concerns. Thank you for answering my call, Caetsu. We are denied the comforting blanket of night, but may peaceful dreams attend you nonetheless. Tracy says that's correct, but I think of her as she. I'm sure Feo Ul doesn't mind. A pleasure to meet you, miss, and welcome to your new home at the Pendants. Your room is ready, if you'd care to retire.
I know you. You're the warrior of light from the source.
And who are you? The warrior of darkness?
What? Did you just... You can hear me? Oh, gods, how long has it been? That was what I called myself in your world. The Warrior of Darkness. My real name is Ardbert. I used an alias in the source, a daft one, looking back. If you recall my tale, it was my comrades and I who caused the flood. We thought our home doomed. And so we listened to the Scions. Let them guide us to the source, and try to hasten their goddamned ardor. I remember when we fell, defeated by you and yours. I remember our audience with Minfilia, how she listened to our pleas, and returned our souls to the First. The flood was poised to swallow Norvrandt. Minfilia and my friends, they surrendered what little they had left to hold it back. Just faded away, leaving me to bear witness. Tell me, do you know the year? How much time has passed since we caused the flood?
That's the saddest face I think I've ever seen Smol Caetsu make.
Years. 100 long years. My hands find no purchase. My gestures catch no eye, and my pleas, be they whispered or screamed, reach not a single ear. I am a shade, cursed to do naught but drift. I feel as if I've been walking forever. I hardly hardly noticed when my mind and body began to fray at the edges. Then bang! My senses were sharp again. I felt like a fish being reeled in, and before I knew it, I found myself in this room. Why is it that you can see me? What are you even doing here, come to that? You were summoned to save the first. A waste of time. This world is beyond saving, like those who try to save it. Muddled as my mind may be, I've not forgotten that. But if fate has brought me to you, the one person in this God's forsaken world who can see and hear me, then perhaps there is a reason I endured. If I can find out why I was left behind, then maybe I can bring this journey of mine to an end. Well, I'll be watching, Warrior of Light. But do me a favor. Be careful out there. This world has had its fill of heroes.
It's interesting how you are remembered isn't based on your intentions, but rather what the result of your actions turn out to be. Oh, look, 2 Lalafels. I think they know each other, guys. We have head empty and no thoughts from 2 dumb. What I mean by that is that Adbert wanted to be a hero. Well, he was an adventurer and then he became a hero by his deeds. And that's what he ultimately wanted to be. But because the end result of his actions turned out to be bad for the world, he's remembered as a villain. So he believes that the world has had enough of heroes because clearly they're stamping him as a villain and he was only well-meaning. Mr. Caetsu, the exarch waits you within. But I think it's interesting. Also sad.
How did you find your new quarters? I trust you were able to rest.
I had a ghostly visitor.
I was not aware the room was haunted, and you were rather tired. Well, should you receive another visitation, be sure to let me know. Now, let us return to the subject of the Scions' whereabouts. This map shows the lands of Norvrandt, the only area to be spared the flood of light.
Very nice drawing. I specifically like how it's circled around by, like, just death. Chaiji asks if we could turn up the game sound a little bit. I can do that after the cutscene.
The Crystarium is here, in the region known as Lakeland. To the north is the fairy kingdom of Emet-Selch. That is where you'll find Reuniting. To the east lies the once prosperous civilization of Rak Tika. Your Stola is stationed there, in the heart of the forest. Alas, neither location can be reached without considerable difficulty. As such, I would suggest you first seek out one of the twins, each of whom is stationed but a short flight from the Crystarium. Alphinaud is on Calusia, an island off the western shore. It is home to a city called Eulmore, where the rich and privileged while away their days in idleness. For his part in furthering our cause, Alphinaud journeyed there to meet with the citizenry and forge alliances. From what I hear, he has since kept himself busy gathering information around the main settlement. Alisaie, meanwhile, travelled south to the arid wastes of Armarang. They lie upon the very edge of the inhabitable world, where the flood of light was halted. Those who dwell there live in constant fear of attack by the Sin Eaters. In contrast to her brother, Alisaie felt that her energies would better be spent learning about the enemy, and thus she sells her services as a guard, both to hone her skills and gather information on our foe. So, will it be Calusia or Armarang? It matters not which you choose to visit first. Simply inform me once you've made your decision, and I will see to it that you are provided with a suitable mount. Ah, but you must be wondering about Thancred. He has taken up with a new companion, and is presently engaged as a wandering hunter of Sin Eaters. Being ever on the move, his whereabouts are often difficult to ascertain, but I am certain your paths will cross ere long.
Quest sync. Ah. Oh yeah. Alright, I forgot that that was a thing here. Tracy, just to be clear, you were asking about, like, I'm guessing that it was mainly voice that you wanted to be louder, is that right? Now I've turned it up, like, from 75 to 100, and you might be thinking this is absurd, that it looks like that, but trust me, it makes sense. The reason that I don't turn up everything is because if I turn it up a little bit, you won't be able to hear me at all while we're in combat. But if it is voice that was a little difficult, then you can turn that up a little bit. This wouldn't be the first time that we've turned it up a little bit. I believe the first time we turned it up was sometime around when we met Sid for the first time back in the Realm Reborn. Tracy says, which twin first? I feel for the sake of remembering a specific reference that is a bit important, I think it's better that we do Alphinaud first, and then Alisaie. But yeah, I don't mind turning up the voice volume. I have also noticed that some cutscenes, it's very quiet. And I'm pretty sure that, based on my settings, that it should be just as loud for you as it is for me. Let's see if it's a little bit better now, otherwise we can adjust the settings a bit more. You will visit Alphinaud in Calusia then. Excellent. As I mentioned, your destination is an island off the west coast, so you will need a mount capable of making the journey. Here's a letter of introduction, presented to Zem Genmai, the master of beasts at Temenos Rookery, and he will take care of you. When you see Alphinaud, be sure to pass on my warmest regards. Can I pick up both quests? I'll pick up both quests, and we don't have to come back here. Ready to depart for Armarang? Alisaie will be overjoyed to see you safe. I know she was particularly concerned for your well-being. She impressed upon me how regrettable the timing of her summoning was. Repeatedly. Yeah. I only hope that my part in sending you to her will garner me some measure of forgiveness. Here, this is a letter of introduction addressed to a man named Khazad, the master of a merchant caravan. There are few who know the ways of the desert as well as he does. Find him at the Amaro launch, and he will see that you reach your destination. It is funny that it is presented as if you have to choose one, but there's nothing preventing you from choosing both. Zenjin. You still have to come back though. Oh. Well then. Not bad that we have both quests anyway. Then anyone tuning in can see that we haven't finished the other one yet.
Your face is unknown to me. What business have you at my rookery?
I have a letter. A letter of introduction addressed by to Zen Genmai and signed by the Crystal Exile.
Place it in my hand. If you could reach it. Signed by the Exarch, no less. Yes, I can provide you with an Amaro for passage to Calusia. I will pick you out of friendly whelp.
An Amaro, you say?
That's right. Mounts like my grey friend over there are a common sight in these parts. But I gather you hail from further afield, more accustomed to chocobos, perchance? I hear there are a few places where they ride little else. Seeing as you are plainly unaccustomed to riding Amaro, I think it best I accompany you on this flight myself. Any Zun worthy of the name could do it, of course, but the Exarch sent you to me. Ensuring you arrive safely is my responsibility. Gather your things and meet me at the Amaro launch. One of the junior tamers will attend to you while I ready the mounts.
I'm just imagining the Amaro launch is like a huge slingshot that you just place yourself and the Amaro in just to get a good old speedy send-off.
You want to fly an Amaro to Calusia? Well, I suppose if Master Genmai is going with you. Wait here, please. The Master should be along with the mount shortly.
You can now travel to Calusia. Speak with the aspiring Amaro tamer to fly to the island. You can also use your Ether Compass to assist with locating ether currents in new regions. The Ether Compass can be found under Collection in the Duty section of the main menu. Okay. Did it change that much?
The whistling breeze, mute. The pounding surf, frozen. Time itself takes a breath. At light's edge, all is perfectly still. The world captured in a painting, locked in a moment. Music, faint and fleeting, drifts coastward on the lifeless air. And in the distance, beyond the broken earth, a city beckons.
That city looks so ominous and weird, like, compared to everything else. Like, it gives me the feeling of when you're playing, like, just like a regular adventure game, or maybe a platform or something, and you see it like this, it's like, yeah, that's the final boss. Tracy says they changed it, but you can still put it on your hotbar. Oh, I know, it is on my hotbar. That's why it's kind of strange that it is, like, pointing it out again, because I'm pretty sure they told me where the Ether Compass was in Heavensward when I unlocked it. I'm guessing it's just that they moved it in Shadowbringers? I feel like I remember they made the Collections tab in Shadowbringers and then added it to it.
We are arrived. This is Cracked Shell Beach, on the eastern coast of Calusia. You should be safe here for the present. Compared to the mainland, Sin Eater attacks are far less prevalent, and the native beasts are not any more dangerous than elsewhere. It is the people you should be wary of.
Neat.
That's the final boss. Bowser is up there.
Actually, Bowser's up there.
Spy you that city in the distance? That is Eulmore, the island's main settlement. It rivals the Crystarium in scale, and was once an ally in our battle against abominations. For years, the Eulmoran elite have fancied themselves the masters of what remains of our broken world. They have gone as far as to offer the leaderships of other settlements their protection, if we bend the knee. But to say the ideals are questionable would be putting it mildly. The Crystarium is one among many who resist their heavy-handed authority, and while we are not at war, our relationship with Eulmore is strained at best. It may be wise to conceal your ties with the Exarch during your stay here, especially in the vicinity of the city. I'm glad we understand each other. Now, the Exarch has instructed me to divulge a secret that should make finding your friend a good deal easier. Listen closely.
He's the only, like, teenage Ellison.
Oh. If you head south along the coast, you will eventually come to a fisherman's shack. A friend of the Crystarium lives there, a man who goes by the name of Eibor. Eibor keeps an eye on everything that happens in Colusia, and will be able to point you in the right direction. Just hand him a sprig of thyme, that will let him know you can be trusted. Here, this should be enough. Find your friend. I will stay here with the Amaro until you're ready to return. Does that mean he's still there? On my main. But it is such a perfect, like, placement. Like, you're out here on the coast, your camera's placed like this, you just see, like, oh yeah, that's that weird castle out in the distance. Like, the only thing missing was that the camera, like, zoomed out to, like, an overhead view, and it, like plotted in, like, a path that you had to follow, and then, like, small stages would be plotted in on it, and then right there, at the bottom here, it showed like a big skull or something to indicate, oh yeah, that's where the boss is. It's very, very fitting. Did someone steal my main Chocobo? It's wearing pretty much the same. That's incredible. Well, it has a different name. Oh, it's someone leveling a blue mage. That's fun. What are you after? Fish? Crab? Think I've got an eel in a barrel somewhere, if you ever taste them.
A fragrant herb, commonly found growing along the floodplains of the source.
Oh, I do love a bit of thyme. Chuck some in the pan and it's like a bloody festival of flavor. Now, what is it I can do for you? Can't say as there's been any major upsets to report these past few weeks. Alphinaud, eh? Aye, I know the one. Our young champion of the downtrodden. Eulmore's richer than all of Norvrandt put together, but it's a different story for them as live. But it's a different story for them as live outside the city. Most spend every waking moment just trying to stay alive, which makes your friend's dedication to helping others stand out all the more. I can hazard a guess as to where he is now. Gotta get a message to him, but you'll need somewhere quiet to meet, away from prying eyes. Make for Stilltide, that's the fishing village just up the path there. You're looking for a rundown excuse for a tavern the locals call the Leaky Keel. Wait there, and I'll see that Alphinaud joins you.
They call him the Informant. That fisher looked very much like... I mean, I don't see a lot of Hrothgar that choose to have like a horn on their forehead. And certainly I don't see a lot of blue Hrothgar. He looked very much like he's supposed to be... What's his name from Final Fantasy X? Kimahri. He looked a little bit like Kimahri. Hey Visels, how are you doing? Shadowbringers. That light in the map. Very bright. It's incredible how a zone like this can become spoilery by just existing past the point where things change. This is your first time in a tavern. It's customary to buy a drink if you mean to loiter while you be having. Okay, Visils. Glad to see you. I'm a warder for the small child. A fine choice, and well, you'll be paying with money. Well now, those are exotic. Where did you come by coins like that? I'm sorry, dear, I don't doubt they have value, but I don't have a touchstone to test their purity, and I'm not about to go begging for one from the neighbors, so we'll just have to come to some other arrangement. Ah, here's an idea. There's a common to the north where we grow our vegetables, but lately the pests have been eating more of them than we have. What do you say to a bit of extermination work? I want you to squash any vermin you find, then visit the caretaker and give him an earful from me for sleeping on the job. He'll be in the old silo next to the fence, snoring, like as not. Do that for me, and you can laze about here as long as you like. Skin says you don't like fermented honey. I mean, I don't mind a beer or ale or mead for that matter, but we're trying to sell the illusion that Smol Kai here is a sassy lost child, so she's probably not old enough to drink, so she'll just have water. Don't worry, she has like some juice or something to mix it with. And also, I hope you're doing well, Skin. Ah, yes, the Shadowbringers battle music. You're doing well? That's good to hear. I'm also doing very well. I'm very excited to see whether we're going to reach Holminster Switch on this stream. Because there's quite a lot of quests between the beginning and Holminster Switch. I believe I got the count to like 23. Oh, I just remember we got pantsed. No response. Maybe you need to knock louder. Just give me a moment. Let me put on my strong pants. No response. Perhaps the occupant is hard of hearing. You hear faint squeaking from the room beyond. Time to burst in and save the day, brave Time to burst in and save the day, brave adventurer. No one is home, and judging by the lack of furniture, they haven't been for some time. The gnawed scraps of vegetables on the floor suggest rats have taken up residence in their absence. Huh? How long has this inn's local silo had no occupants watching over their vegetables? Welcome back, dear. What did that good-for-nothing caretaker have to say for himself? He doesn't exist. Gone. Must have left to join the rest of the hopefuls. In Gate Town, outside Eulmore? You don't have a clue what I'm talking about, do you? And there I was thinking you were another dreamer. Well, never mind all that. Take a seat wherever you like, dear. You've more than earned it. I'll even throw in another drink on the house. Oh boy. 2 glasses of water.
And how is business today, Mistress Theva?
Oh, frenetic. Look, I have a new customer.
Tis good to see you, my friend. The barley seeds you wanted. They should produce a better harvest than the last.
What, just like that? Oh, Alphinaud, you really are a dear. Well, I'd best be tidying up some of those empty shacks before the pests move in. Keep an eye on the place while I'm out, eh?
It seems an age since last we spoke. Not since the prisoner exchange in Doma. And Yotsu. It has been even longer for me, of course, if you count the days I've spent here. But the time has only added to the relief I feel seeing you safe and well.
Me? I was more worried about you.
Alisaie said much the same thing. I don't think I've ever had such a scolding. But I believe an exchange of news is in order. Come, tell me of your arrival and all that came before. I see. Both the Exarch and Alisaie told me what they knew of events, but I had stubbornly clung on to the hope that all-out war might yet be avoidable. And poor Tataru. She must be sick with worry. We must endeavor to return as soon as we may. It would be nice to bring her good tidings for a change. But before we bid this world farewell, we must first ensure that it is not rejoined to the source. We must prevent the 8th umbral calamity. Urianger's vision of the future has, I fear, every chance of coming true. By his description, the catalyst for the calamity was a formless and deadly weapon employed by the Garlean Empire. Which can only mean one thing. Black Rose. Gaius was telling you the truth. When we were on the trail of the Scions, we saw evidence that the gas was being manufactured once more. Gaius was adamant that the project had been scrapped, but so long as there are wars to be waged, there will always be those determined to win by any means. And thus simply destroying the existing stores of Black Rose would do little to alter fate's course. In that sense, our involuntary journey here to the First was something of a boon. Together with the Exarch, we've developed a theory as to how we believe the rejoining will be set in motion. I'm sure Urianger himself will cover the subject in more detail. But I can tell you the process requires that both worlds, the Source and the First, be facing an existential threat. One being Sin-Eaters, of course. They are a menace that I would dearly love to remove, and not just to avert a calamity. I may be a stranger to this world, but I will not stand idly by and let innocent people be slaughtered. That is what brought me to the gates of Eulmore. Ignoring its pretensions as a kind of capital city to what remains of the world, it is nonetheless a center of power and authority. If any solutions are to be found, I believe our search should begin there. What say you, old friend? Hungry for another adventure? And so we take to the road once more.
Boba says they were away for dinner. Okay, hope you had a nice dinner. I think you mostly missed the Crystarium roundabout and the talk with Art, but yeah. I'll be right back and then we'll continue. Alright, I'm back. Hey Nikolai, how are you doing? Let's continue the classic mini conversations start of the main quest in a new expansion. Assuming you have no objections, let us make our way directly to the city outskirts. If we time our arrival just right, you may be lucky enough to see why I have yet to set foot in Eulmore, despite my best efforts to do so. Come, from here we must head west, and then cross a small bridge. You're cooking the pork roast. Oh, did I talk with this Aetherite? I didn't. You know, it's funny, now that I think about it, Stormblood gets a lot of, as we've talked about before on streams, Stormblood tends to get a lot of negative opinions on it, for a lot of reasons, but when you think about it, the story of Stormblood starts in a very negative light, very like everywhere you go, you're sort of losing. It's not that different in Shadowbringers, is it? Little Rose trying out Wept? What is that? Galusia seems peaceful, does it not? Almost familiar? I had a similar impression of the Crystarium. Even in this distant world, people are much the same. To think that whenever a calamity struck the source, a reflection such as this one, with all its culture and history, was being erased from existence. No! Get away from me! Over there! Quickly, someone's in trouble. I don't think it was me that recommended you the game, because I don't think I've ever seen this before. Are you sure it was me that recommended it?
Oh, thank the fates! You look out!
You play as... Well, I'm just saying that I've never played this game, so I don't know how it would be me. Maybe I've seen it briefly and seen someone else playing it. My poor heart. Thank you, young miss.
Ah, there you are. In my haste, I lost my bearings, but I see you have the situation well in hand. Fine work. Are you all right, ma'am?
Just a few bruises from where I fell. Nothing compared to what was in store for me before this brave soul came to my rescue. I honestly thought I was done for. My feet are not as swift as they once were, and I knew there was no one left to hear me scream. Not that I let that stop me. Oh, I should probably leave my old house behind and queue up outside Eulmore with the rest of them. Doubt those fancy lords and ladies would welcome an old crone like me. Still, even a shack near the gate has to be safer than staying here.
One would hope. Either way, I suggest you avoid wandering alone, lest you make the Sin Eater's task any easier.
Thank you again. You saved my life. Now, I'm sure a strapping lass like you has little to fear, but I wouldn't linger long in this place. There's naught to be had here but cobwebs and memories.
Tis as the lady says, many in these parts have abandoned their homes to live in Eulmore's shadow. Should the Sin Eaters descend upon this region, there are precious few with the strength to fight them off. Speaking of which, what have you been told of these monsters? A brief history then. 'Twas not long after the flood swallowed the better part of the world that the Sin Eaters first appeared, some beastly, some beauteous. Yet, regardless of their form, all seem incapable of speech, and all are driven by the same insatiable appetite for mortal ether. They are predators, and we are their prey. Calusia suffers from far fewer attacks than most regions, but even so, the list of the Sin Eaters' victims grow longer by the day, a tragedy without end. Still, we have won a small victory this time at least. Now, shall we press on? We need to return to where the road forks and follow the path that leads west.
Hello, Rodney. How are you doing? Let me just read that. Is it possible I do a video in the future of all the mechanics and what they look like, i.e. donuts and all that stuff? Because I hear people talk about mechanics, and some of them I don't know. Did you mean to say that, is it possible that I, like me, the streamer, will do a video on all the mechanics? Is that what you mean? Or did you mean something else? It's a good suggestion. I actually have had for a while like a note about a video on universal markers, but a video explaining like just general types of mechanics might be a good idea. The reason why I haven't gotten around to it is because that the game has so many unique mechanics that sometimes it can be difficult to cover them all. In fact, there are so many unique mechanics that sometimes the second time that a mechanic... oops, I ran the wrong way. The second time that a specific type of mechanic shows up, if it is like previously used in a specific encounter, then people will refer to it by the encounter. A particular example, without getting too much detail, is that there is a dungeon in Shadowbringers called Malika's Well. The final boss has a cross-shaped AoE that has a visual style that looks exactly like a mechanic from the final boss of the Alexander raid. So how do people explain this mechanic? Well, they tell you that it is the Alexander mechanic. They don't explain to you what that is, and I'm saying they don't, because when I did the dungeon the first time and asked for advice, my party said exactly that, and by that very moment I had not completed that raid, so I had no idea what they were saying. But I'll keep in mind that there is an interest for a video about boss mechanics like that. And Rodney says, I was recently watching people do ultimate and they were saying a bunch of words I don't know. Yeah, exactly. There's a likely chance that they were referring to specific mechanics from specific ultimates or savage encounters, or they were even just referring to mechanics in that particular encounter. So it can be very difficult. You can try and Google these things sometimes. A particularly funny one is if you've ever heard a mechanic be referred to as, I believe it's called Earthshaker. The reason why it's called that is because the first time such a mechanic showed up, the ability was called Earthshaker, but this particular kind of mechanic often has no name or no attached cast timer, so people don't know what it's called, but typically people refer to it as that. Now you might be saying, what on earth is Earthshaker? Earthshaker is the mechanic where a bunch of people get spread markers over their heads. Sometimes they're orange, sometimes they're white. And they're usually not the perfect diamond shape. Or crystal shape. They're typically slightly different, with like a little glow in the middle. And then, after a while, a cone-shaped AoE shoots out in the direction of your character from the boss's location, which typically means that you have to spread out to like not overlap them, because multiple people get them. Because the first time people saw this mechanic named, it was called Earthshaker. Typically people will say Earthshaker mechanic because it's faster than saying cone spread markers. So, like, see, that's something that might be interesting to look into. Like, common names of boss mechanics and things like that. But the reason why I haven't made such a video is because I need to figure out a way to, like, structure it in a way that makes sense, cover things that make sense, rather than just throw 50 boss mechanics at you in no specific order. But thank you. Thank you for the suggestion.
That gate up ahead is known as the Open Arms, and Eulmore itself lies beyond. This, meanwhile, is the aptly named Gate Town, the dwelling place of the many desperate souls who hope to be chosen to live in the city proper.
Ah, I thought I recognized you. Brought a new friend, eh? I'll bet you got a trick or two up your sleeve. Maybe even 3. Care to show me?
She's not here to compete. Leave her be.
What? I was only making conversation.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please!
Greetings to our hopeful petitioners, one and all. Eulmore extends its warmest regards. Let it be known that a lady of distinction wishes to dine on fish divine. We seek a master culinarian who can guarantee seafood perfection. Dazzle the matron with your delicious dishes, and life in the city will be yours to enjoy, even on days when fish is not on the menu! Who among you will answer the call? Name yourself or another. We might not at all.
Fish, is it? Was there anyone?
What about that girl?
Do you recall how I said Eulmore was a center of power and authority? Well, that is not the only reason for its fame. It is also known as the City of Final Pleasures. The noble and the wealthy who survived the flood gathered here to live out the rest of their days in decadent abandon. A poor man could sooner pass through the Iron Needle than Eulmore's gates. The only way the common folk can enter this perverted paradise is if they fulfill the whim of one of the privileged. And so they are picked over like market produce.
What a catch! We'll not be throwing this one back. Having seen your all too obvious charms, we welcome you with open arms. Come! Join us in a city of splendor and live out your life in an ecstasy of endeavor. Oh, just look at those expectant faces. What could you possibly be waiting for? Well, what have we here? An extra share of meal to celebrate our newest resident! For you!
Ah, lost!
Enjoy!
Thank goodness.
Meal is a foodstuff which Eulmore routinely doles out to the people of Gatetown, and apparently a staple for its citizens as well. Many here rely on it to survive in these times of scarcity. Yet the whole arrangement just seems... well, let's just say it leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
Such a weird story with Eulmore. So strange. Now you understand why my attempts to enter the city has thus far come to naught. The dubious privilege of residency must be won by a contest with ever-changing rules. They say this policy has been in place for the past 2 decades, ever since Eulmore's current ruler came into power. Yet, from what I've seen, it does more harm than good. Not only does it distract people from our shared struggle against the Sin Eaters, it robs them of their self-sufficiency. I've tried to propose ways they could improve their lot, but my words invariably fall on deaf ears. The attitude is so entrenched now, I worry that, well, mayhap you should take a turn around Gatetown and judge the situation for yourself. Yeah, basically, people have gone from, well, I could try and establish a life for myself and make things work, or I could just hang out here and survive while I roll on the lottery every single week, or day, or month, or whenever often this happens. Maybe I'll be the one next time. There's a chance that I'll be the lucky one.
Still, yeah, you can't blame you for wanting a slice of Eulmore's pie. If you ask me, you should ditch that sour-faced brat and make a home for yourself here. Gatetown's not much to look at, but at least it's safe, and the meal is the best thing I've ever tasted.
Is it though? But yeah, it sort of makes sense. There are some people that get so far, like, get so downtrodden that they have given up hope that they could possibly, like, have a life worth living with their current situation. There's nothing else left to save them than, like, basically winning the lottery. And that is a brutal life to live. Imagine if the change in your life was dictated by random RNG. And then imagine yourself being a mount farmer. A large pot bubbles over the flame. Pale chunks, meal, you realize, float in the otherwise plain broth. Ah, you can cook it.
Preoccupied petticoat. Just look at it. Can you imagine a more beautiful city? Every day I dream of the life that waits for me inside those walls. Oh, will they ever pick me?
Gee, I don't know. What can you do? What can you do? You know, for people just sitting there and waiting for their lot to come up, it would have made more sense if, like, every single person across, like, along the street were practicing new skills and tricks, so that they had, like, a bigger chance, better odds of being chosen.
You've seen what Gate Town has to offer. These people can no longer fend for themselves. They become dependent on handouts of meal, and believe Eulmore is the answer to all their woes. Yet, no matter how I frame my encouragement, they seem unwilling, nay, unable to conceive of any other way of life. You disapprove of these people's way of life. Disapprove? It frustrates me, certainly. That is only part of it, though. The whole situation makes me uneasy. Not that it matters. However unjust this system seems to me, if these people claim to be content with their lot, it is hardly my place to criticize their choices. But take that elderly lady you rescued. Does it not seem that those who have chosen to forego Eulmore's largesse are doomed to suffer for their independence? In the end, they are all but forced to seek refuge in Gate Town, and so hamlets and fields across the island are left empty and untended, hastening the region's descent into ruin. Nay, I'm not convinced that Eulmore's generosity truly serves the best interests of Calusia's people. I'm not so naive as to think there is some miraculous solution to all of this, yet I cannot help but frown at the sight of hardworking villagers struggling to survive, even as the chosen few rejoice at being plucked from poverty by the hand of a capricious noble. There has to be a better way. I will not know for sure, however, until I have taken those long-delayed steps through Eulmore's gates. 'Tis fortunate that you arrived when you did, Caetsu. I've been working on a scheme to insinuate myself into the city, and if all goes to plan, it should soon come to fruition.
Oh yeah?
There's a beast tribe who makes its home in the sea surrounding the island. The Undo, they are called, though you and I know them as Sahagin. For the most part, they keep to themselves in their ocean grottos, and rarely have dealings with land dwellers. But as the tower took such great pains to impress upon me during our stay in Kugane, business favors the bold, and so I reached out to them. I duly discovered that the Undo are inordinately fond of land-grown produce, fresh fruits in particular, and when I offered to procure such goods for them, they promised to pay me in pearls. An attractive business venture for any prospective investor, would you not agree? Surely, even the most jaded Eulmoran lord would have time for a merchant who can make pearls from plums and pumpkins. Yes, I've come a long way since my days of buying samurai swords without first negotiating a price. That's a callback. My appointment with the Ondo is due to take place in a few hours. I just need to collect the produce and meet with them on the shore. Might you help me make the exchange? Excellent. I should be glad of your company. First things first, then, we must pay a visit to Moa, my supplier and right. Come, it is just to the northwest of here. Alphinaud, there was one thing I was wondering. Have you considered the fact that, one, someone might be listening, and two, eventually someone would like to see you make this magic trick in person? Like, you have to remember, Alphinaud, that given that it is just a trade that you're performing, you're not actually an important factor in this magic trick. Not at all, in fact. So as soon as someone discovers how you do it, you are no longer important. Of course, you just need a temporary stay in Eulmore and you'll be fine, but still. I feel like everlasting light. What weather? I feel like, isn't the music completely different after you've done stuff in Colusia? Like after you've progressed the main quest? I feel like this music is really like different. Not here, of course, but out and about. Is there something I can do for you, friend? Good day to you, Moa. This is my associate Caetsu. We are here to collect the produce I purchased. Eh? I loaded your lackey up with the goods not long ago. My lackey? I know of no such person. Mr. Lad, short blue hair? No? He said he'd come on your behalf, and since he seemed to know all the details, I just assumed. Confound it. Someone must have been eavesdropping on our conversation. If this charlatan was here not long ago, he cannot have gone far. We should split up and search the area. You find a vantage point on the south side of town, and I shall take the west. Oh yeah, they never actually brought up that cat that Mikote are called Mistel in this area, do they? I feel like they didn't say that in that people of Norvrandt part in Crystarium. I feel like they mentioned the rest though. Search the surroundings for male Mistel with short blue hair. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Target a likely suspect and inspect him with left click. That's not what I meant to do. Oh look! You have located your quarry. And based on what he looks like, he has not located his quarry. Caetsu, any sign of him? You have a keen eye. Let us move in before he makes good his escape. Hello there. Stop right there.
There you are. The thief who claims the harvest on my behalf. Hand it over.
Well, forgive me. I have to get into the city. I have no family and all my friends have already been chosen. No one here gives a damn about me. When the meal gets handed out, I'm lucky if I get a smell of it. No matter what I do, they won't call out my name. I'm so tired, I'm so bloody hungry. I thought maybe I could steal your idea. Get in that way.
What is your name?
Caetsu.
Tell me then, Caetsu, must it be Eulmore or nothing? What of the Crystarium? They may not offer charity, but you would be fairly compensated for any work you did.
No, it has to be Eulmore. That's where all my friends are. We made a promise that we'd live together in paradise.
I was to make my deal with the Ondo at the Clave. Listen carefully, and I shall tell you my plans for the business, and how best to arouse the Eulmorans' interest.
You'll give me your place? Just like that?
I'm giving you a chance, nothing more. What comes of it is entirely up to you.
I understand. Oh, thank you, thank you!
This was but one path. There will be others. But for young Caetsu, it was the difference between life and death. I do not regret my decision, yet I will admit that a part of me wonders if it was for the best. We strive to bring swift salvation to this world, that countless lives might be saved, not least your own. Even if it came at the cost of one man, should I have forged on regardless?
Quite possibly. Meaning, we'd better hurry up and think of a new plan.
Indeed. We will find another way. I promise you. Shall we return to Wright then?
I stand by the opinion that...
Is that? I can't be sure, but I think someone's in trouble. Come on, they may need our help.
I stand by the opinion that giving Caetsu this particular plan to get into Eulmore, while benevolent and nice of Alphinaud, Alphinaud's strategy also hinged on the simple fact that Alphinaud didn't require staying in Eulmore for, like, ever, so he only needed a trick that was impressive enough that he could get, like, entry into Eulmore, and then whether he was able to stay there was not particularly significant, as he would eventually be on his way anyway. But Caetsu intends to stay, and this particular trick you can only do like a couple of times before people catch on to what you're doing. And what happens when you're useless in Eulmore? What happens when you're not rich and you're not useful in Eulmore. You don't just get to hang out and laze about. I don't think Caiji truly realizes what it is that he said that he wants when he says that he has to live in Eulmore. After all, if you live in Eulmore and you're not a rich person, then you're not living in paradise. You are part of the attraction, which might not be a good thing.
That should take care of the worst of his injuries.
Mercy, mercy, I beg you.
Breathe easy, sir. No harm will come to you here. The poor man is shivering. Pray keep an eye on him while I get a fire going. I thought for certain I was dead. How am I ever to repay this kindness? We'll settle for the tale behind your current predicament. Why don't you begin by telling us your name? Tristel. I was invited into Eulmore to work as an artist. A wealthy couple took me in to paint pictures for them, but when my style proved contrary to their taste, they just as quickly turfed me out onto the street. I was left penniless and patronless, a grave sin in Lord Vauthry's city. Within days, they had brought me before the man himself, and he asked me what I meant to do. Dejected as I was, I told him that I wished to leave. Little did I know how soon he would grant me my wish. They flung me over the balustrade into the goddamned ocean. From up there, how were you not dashed to pieces? Don't ask me. Luck, I suppose. Though, if you hadn't found me when you did, it wouldn't have counted for much. Monstrous. And the citizens condone such barbaric punishment? Yes? Oh, without a second thought. When Lord Vauthry passes judgment, no one so much as blinks, let alone argues. In Eulmore, his word is law. The more I hear about Eulmore, the more determined I am to see what waits within its walls. I shall bend all my thoughts towards securing another way into the city. There must be something we can do. But first, we should convey Tristel to the shelter of the village. Fire or no fire, he needs to be out of this chilly coastal air. A way into the city.
Well, they're probably in business for a new artist, so... So, just to circle back to what I just said about Caiji's situation, he's going to quote-unquote turn fruits into pearls. He's going to do that once, and then he'll have to do it again, which means that he'll have to leave Eulmore temporarily to do so. So if he can't do that, then he can't do the trick again, and maybe he can't even do the trick again because he doesn't know how to, reschedule with the Ondo. And if he is not capable of doing it twice, then he has no patron. And then we know what happens next.
Pray accept my deepest gratitude. I owe you both my life. And if you'll permit me, I would assist you in your attempt to enter Eulmore, insofar as I am able at any rate. To be frank, the thought of sending my saviors into that awful place makes me sick to the stomach, but since it's plain you've set your minds on it, you should take this. It's my favorite paintbrush. The Eulmoran elite are never satisfied until they get exactly what they want, and if I'm not mistaken, the couple I mentioned will be looking for someone to replace me. If you make a show of owning such a well-used brush, you may be able to convince people you have to have a talent for painting. Are you certain? This is your livelihood. We cannot deprive you of such a treasured possession. I give it gladly after all you've done for me. Besides, I can't. I don't think I have the heart to paint anymore.
As to what I'll do instead, I honestly haven't decided, but I shan't stay long in this place. Not with that city brooding over me. Nay, I'll move on to new lands and a new profession. I'll keep you in my prayers from now until my dying day. They say kindness is its own reward, but Tristral has repaid us with a gift as timely as it was unexpected. We will, however, need to act upon his advice before another painter steps in to fill the vacancy. Thankfully, I do have some modest skill with the brush, nothing approaching that of a true artist, of course, but enough to play the role, I would hope. As for you, well, if you don't mind taking a subordinate role, mayhap you could pose as my assistant. Then it's settled. All we need to do now is return to Gate Town and await the next appearance of those vile jesters. I mean, I would also say, while we're on the subject, Eulmore, a town or a city or a castle even, filled with rich people, go out to just random people off the street and go, we need a master culinarian. We need a master culinarian among the people that want to enter Eulmore. I mean, there is a genuine probability that a master culinarian is already living a decent life in the Crystarium, right? I'm just saying that there is a relatively low chance that an actual truly master artist just happens to hang around down the street outside of a city like this. So surely these rich people are in some capacity settling for something mediocre. I would imagine at the very least. Here they come.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention once more. What a day it's been for the folks at our door. We welcome the peddler who made pearls from a plum, and now we've a place for a painter of a plum. So come along and don't be slow, it's time to let your colors show.
I can paint. Portraits, at least. Landscapes and still lifes are so rarely commissioned these days.
Oh, I thought I spied some new faces in the crowd. What fortune that you should feel at ease around an
easel?
What proof have you of your prowess? Any masterpieces on your purses?
Sadly not. Everything I paint is soon sold. Such is the life of a working artist. I have only my brush to testify for me, though you will note that it has seen no small amount of service.
Ha! Oh, flecks of paint, both old and new, a tool much loved and much used. Not a prop to be conjured on the hop. Very well, come with us and we'll put those talents to the test. And who is this hang-on? Well-wisher or parasite?
Why, this is my assistant. She whose unfailing support allows my art to flourish. I will go with her or not at all.
Parasite, then. We shall leave her fate in the hands of your new employer. It matters not a whit to us. And having filled our latest vacant space, we retire to Eulmore's sweet embrace. Oh, mercy me, the mule! We almost took our leave without leaving a loving token. We must empty the sacks ere we make our way back.
redemption is beyond us. The lament of all but saints and fools, and the comfort of the lords and ladies of this accursed place. Once they held fast against the madness, only to embrace the coming cataclysm and delight in the end of days. Perhaps in rapture they seek to lose themselves and the misery they share. Or perhaps for them alone, the promise of eternal pleasure really does hold true.
Welcome, welcome to the city of final pleasures. Feel free to weep at its magnificence. No? Not even a single tear? Moving right along then. Our first task is to register you as residents. You know, make it all nice and official. We'll smooth the way, so you just need to put on your happy faces and head through to Joyous Hall. The Bureau of Immigration is in the first room on the left side of the passage. Declare your name and occupation in a nice, loud voice. The clerks will tell you where to go from there. Oh, pay no mind to those folks off to the side of the road. Much like the hopefuls in Gate Town, they haven't earned the right to enter the city proper. If, however, you enjoy basking in the envy of your fellow man, then by all means, take your time. But why waste another moment? Go, enjoy the beginning of your new life in paradise.
Thanks. The Bureau of Immigration, was it? I suppose we had better show ourselves willing for the time being. It is a little funny that there are like Ethernet shards and you go up to them like, I can attune to that. That actually came as a surprise. In that case, I'll take the little journey around. There's a good reason why I say that it is a little peculiar that there are Ethernet shards and that you can attune to them. But we'll come to that when we get to the Ether Right. And the reason why I'm taking this little jaunt around the place is to grab all of the Ethernet shards. It's always convenient if you need a city for any reason to have all of the Ethernet shards. And in particular, if you need to exit the city, it's always easier if you have all the Ethernet shards, because then you can also teleport to anything that connects to the city itself. And now we can stop dilly-dallying and actually go up this tower. This tower. But it makes sense that you can't really use the Ether Ride at first, because you're only there only here for a temporary visit. Welcome to Eulmore, fortunate friends. May I have your names? I'm Alphinaud, an artist, and this is Caetsu, my assistant. Ah, yes, I was informed of your imminent arrival. We can forgo the usual interview and begin processing your registration papers forthwith. Now, the citizens of Eulmore are divided into two classes. There are the free, who are blessed with the favor of Lord Vauthry, and the bonded, who work in the employ of the free. You will be joining the ranks of the bonded. Your duties are to serve a patron in the capacity for which you were chosen. In your case, painting pretty pictures. Should your patron dismiss you for any reason, you must find another sponsor among the free, or accept work as a general laborer. I see. And might you tell us something of the patron we are to serve? The two patrons, actually, Chai Nus and Dulia Chai, a mystical couple whom most refer to as the Chais. They are both gentle souls, but I would ask that you conduct yourself with respect and humility, for your own sake as much as theirs. Now, a moment, please, while I complete the relevant paperwork. All in order, these are your registration documents. Yeah? Take those papers next door and submit them to the clerk. Once they've been stamped, you will officially be Eulmoran citizens. Enjoy your new life in paradise. Oh, choose them! Hey, who did you choose? I'm becoming a citizen! At last! I'm so excited that my hands are shaking!
Welcome to the Bureau of Registration. Papers, please.
Papers, please. A set of documents required to register as a bonded citizen of Eulmore.
What have we here? Alphinaud, artist. Caetsu, artist's assistant. To be employed in the service of Lord Chai Nus and Lady Dulia Chai. Yes, everything seems to be in order. Your registration is hereby approved. I think it best that we deliver you to the Chai residence before.
Huh?
Oh dear. You smell hideous.
Excuse me?
Did you crawl here through a ditch? It's like an unholy miasma of dust and sweat and the musk of some unwashed beast. Proceed directly to the delousery next door and scrub yourselves clean. Use whichever showers are free. After you've rinsed away that stench, you'll want to splash yourselves with this perfume liberally. Once you've made yourself presentable, then you may proceed to the Chai residence. Cornain, the guard by the stairs, will give you directions.
Woof. I hadn't realized we were so aromatic. Well, if everything smells of that specific perfume, then everything that isn't that perfume smells weird. Are you still thinking about that?
We're to bathe in here then?
Correct. Let's go.
You rinse yourself clean in the stream of water.
Ta-da! Nice. Apply the sweet-smelling perfume. This bottle contains scented water, the liberal application of which can conceal undesirable odors. You apply the perfume as directed, and the delicate scent of roses fills the air. Hey, Alphinaud. Oh, you've showered and dressed already, have you? Is it not that is to say, it seems rather exposed for one's ablutions, does it not? Alisaie would have been drying her hair by now. Wouldn't she just? Very well. I shall endeavor to emulate her boldness then. Courage, Alphinaud! Yes, you crush the perfume bottle. That's how it works.
Well, that was bracing. I believe the lingering smells of the road have been successfully expunged. Shall we go and present ourselves to our new patrons then?
Cornine. Hello there. You're looking to present yourself to the Chais, are you? Let me explain how the city is laid out then. Imagine 3 layers, one on top of the other. This layer here is called the buttress. Above us is the understory, where the military has its headquarters. And above that, you've got the canopy, which is where the free citizens of Eulmore spend their days. So, if you want to find your new patrons, you'll need to keep climbing until you run out of stairs. Then look for the Grand Dame's parlor. They'll be in there, like as not. Climbing stairs. Climbing stairs. The understory. Do you have a story about the understory? Let us have a peek at the canopy. That doesn't really rhyme. There they are. Hello. The bigness herself.
Oh, who's this then?
Lord and Lady Chai, pray forgive our intrusion. I am given to understand you were in search of an artist.
Ah, you must be the new,
Oh, goodness me! What an adorable boy! That silken hair, those pearly cheeks, oh, and you even smell wonderful, like a bed of flowers. I approve of this one, dearest. I am positive he will paint us the most delightful pictures.
Yes. Well, as long as he paints better than that talentless wretch we sent packing last week.
Wonderful, wonderful! Welcome to Eulmore.
Alphinaud, if it please you, my lady. And this is my assistant.
Your assistant? I've heard of folk bringing in family members, but this seems a bit irregular. Aren't you a little young to have a protege?
We are family in all but name, my lord. Though we share no blood, we have stood by each other through life's many challenges, resolved to prevail together or not at all. Of all people, 'tis she who best understands my work. With her unique insight guiding my hand, the art I create is sure to satisfy your expectations. Once the picture is begun, of course, I shall have no need of constant encouragement. And so I wondered, rather than her being in your way, might it then be permissible for my assistant to explore the city she has so longed to see? Out of gratitude for her priceless contribution to my art, I thought it only fair that I make this humble request on her behalf.
Oh, did you ever hear of such devotion? Of course your assistant must have her wish. She shall be free to roam to our heart's content. Isn't that right, darling?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course, dearest. Quite right.
So am I supposed to sit over here then? Ah, perfect. Anyway, what do you say, Alphinaud? Oh, boots! Now you've the opportunity to experience Eulmore, I suggest you make the most of it. Explore the city, top to bottom. In other words, I would start with the canopy and go from there. Try wandering around the market stalls. Wandering around the market stalls, mayhap. Such places are usually filled with colorful characters, only too eager to share local gossip with a friendly visitor. I would appreciate it, of course, if you could share any discoveries with me in turn. We should both learn as much as possible about our new place of residence. Oh look, a materia vendor. How random. Can I? That's really, really strange that they're here. Are any of these vendors here? Oh, they don't do anything. At least not yet. The gemstone traders here. The luxury trade. What do you sell? Oh. That's quite expensive, you know. Oh yes, you want a mount. That'll be half of a large house.
Oh, hello there. A fresh register, are we? You seem a little lost. Well, 'tis lovely to make your acquaintance. Speaking of acquaintances, you wouldn't happen to have run into my attendant on your wanderings, would you? Big strong lad, long hair, tied back. He was escorting me on a shopping errand when I realized I'd dropped my handkerchief. And now I've been waiting here all alone while he's been off searching for it. I'm not terribly fond of being alone. If you do see him, I would be obliged if you could pass on this message. Forget the silly handkerchief and return to my side at once.
So you have someone, you have literally just requested a somewhat handsome dude to just escort you places, is that right? How did that happen?
Wicked White, that was too close. Thank you, friend. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come along. I was trying to rescue my lady's handkerchief, you see. The wind must have blown it over the edge, but luckily it caught on something. I thought if I could just stretch out far enough.
You risked your life for a scrap of cloth. Hey Peter, how are you doing? There's a cat in a box.
It's not just a scrap of cloth, not if it belongs to her. I would risk my life and more to spare my mistress but a single moment of sadness. When I first came to Eulmore, I thought only of improving my lot in life. But there was so much more to this city than wealth and plenty. There's no war here, no conflict. The residents all treat each other with warmth and respect. My mistress has been ever so kind to me, and I can think of no other place in Colusia where I could possibly be happier. Sorry, I might have gotten a bit carried away. I find it hard to stop when I start counting my blessings these days. Please, you should come with me to meet my lady. When she hears of your deed, you'll be witness to her generosity firsthand.
Oh, really?
What? Lonely, you say? Curse my clumsy feet! I must return to her immediately!
I'm glad to see you came, Peter. it is difficult for me to, like, if I could, I wish that I could stream at a time where everyone could experience it, like, so that no one felt left out, but I just can't. I am only human, unfortunately, but I'm glad to see you.
My attendant told me everything. I'm so very grateful you were there to offer your assistance.
You value him highly, then?
As if he were a member of my own family. I could not live the wonderful life I lead without him. We free citizens owe the bonded our unending gratitude. Mayhap in another society, our different standing would breed prejudice or resentment, but in Eulmore, a most glorious measure is in place to avert such unpleasantness. Part of that measure requires that the free surrender their fortunes. Upon registration, all of our property, financial, intellectual, or otherwise, is given over to the city. In exchange, we are provided with ample funds and commodities to live a life of pampered luxury. Being liberated from the concern of earning coin has an almost miraculous effect on people's outlook. There are no rivals to compete against, only fellow residents with whom to enjoy our tranquil existence. Now, if you'll excuse us, I must see what the markets have to offer as a reward for the return of my handkerchief. Oh, and I've not forgotten you, of course, our courageous messenger turned rescuer.
Oh, that's why I got the boots. She gave them to me. Nice. Thanks.
All this talk of relying on the bonded, and I haven't given a thought as to what your duties might be. I hope I haven't interrupted your work unduly. A tour of the city, is it? Then you really must visit the Beehive. It's always buzzing with activity. Local humor. Anyway, a lady by the name of Tista B usually has her seat near the entrance. She will gladly speak with you on any number of topics, assuming you find yourself on our good side.
I just want to point out that this lady said that the free relies so much on the bonded that they basically live in harmony. Meanwhile, we know where the bonded that don't measure up, what happens to them. Isn't that fascinating?
Hello. Welcome to the Beehive, my little drone. Seeking the sting of excitement to liven up your day? I can tell at a glance when folk are new to our happy colony. It's the nervous fluttering, you see, always gives them away. Why don't we play some cards to set you at your ease, eh? A quick game of high or low. It's simply a matter of guessing who has the bigger hand. If you win, I'll grant you a single favor, within reason, of course. Interested? Ready for a game of high or low, then?
What are the rules? She just told me.
Let's play. Good for you. No time like the present, I say. Three cards for you, 3 cards for me. You flip one of yours over, and I flip 2 of mine. Now, what's your call? Will your total be higher or lower than mine?
I should have asked what the highest number card is, but I'm guessing the highest number card is 10. So, she has 14 and I have 8. So I could have anything between like 10 and 28. And at best, he could have anywhere between 15 and 24. So my chance of winning is possibly higher on the simple fact that we don't know what this card is. And Peter says, is Smol Caetsu allowed to dance on stage? We'll see about that.
You're going with high then? Right, let's see what we've got. My cards add up to 15, and you have a total of 18.
You win! Woohoo! Although my average was precisely the average, and hers was like the bottom draw. So that was actually a little bit lucky.
Congratulations, your guess was right.
Well, assuming that it is random.
Usually I'd concede defeat at this point, but what do you say to a rematch? One more win, and then we'll talk about that favor.
Well, first... well then... Camera turns, random person G posing next to a pole. Ta-da! Unfortunately, I don't have the bee's knees, so we can't do the correct dance. Peak Shadowbringers. It's almost like a requirement. You have to dance on the stage.
Another match of high or low? Come now, little honeybee. We all need our diversions.
Let me just check what the rules are. Just to be sure, it's a guessing game. You must decide whether the total of your 3 cards is higher or lower than the total of your opponent's. The deck holds 9 cards with a picture printed thereon, representing the numbers 1 through 9. Each number appears only once in the deck. There are no repeats. Okay, that changes some things. If you guess correctly, then you win the match. If both totals are the same, then another hand is dealt.
That's the spirit. Let me sort out the deck.
Those are some thick cards, by the way.
3 cards for you, 3 cards for me. You flip 1 of yours over and I flip 2 of mine. Now, what's your call? Will your total be higher or lower than mine?
Okay, so I have 5 and she has 10, so we basically both hit exactly the middle ground, which means that the only cards left are really low cards and really high cards. Which means that eventually, or what I'm talking about with eventually, I would need to get 1 high card at the very least. And she would preferably not get 1. I'll say high again.
You're going with high then? Right, let's see what we've got.
That's not good.
My cards add up to 17.
So I have 8. So just to get it even, I need to have the 9. Which I don't have.
A total of 16.
Peter asks, will you do the raid storyline later on, Kai? Eventually, I think stuff like raids will either be like, if we've completed the main quest completely, that would be something to do. Or we would do it on a side quest. Like if we choose to do that in a side quest stream, we just have to find time for a side quest stream.
Oh dear, looks like this match goes to me. That's what I like to hear. Let me shuffle the deck.
So we will do it eventually. I just don't know when. I have 9, she has 13. I'll say high again. That's pretty good. We won with just the 2 cards. That's pretty funny how ridiculously wide the span is on this little game.
Well, well, would you look at that? I think you've got a knack for this, newcomer. Congratulations, victory is yours, as is the prize I promised. Come whisper in my ear then, and don't be shy. Tell old Tista what she can do for you. That's all? How delightfully wholesome. But if knowledge is what you want, then that is what you shall have. In my humble estimation, the most wondrous thing about this town is how safe we are from the Sin Eaters. They say Lord Vauthry was born with the power to command them, which means no Eulmoran need ever raise a weapon in defense of the city. Was that the kind of thing you wish to know? If your itch still needs scratching, you might get a few words out of Athan over there. There's not that merry sot likes more than the sound of his own voice.
Let me just check something. Oh, we can play again. That's awesome. I was just about to say, that is a really elaborate minigame for just this one time. But apparently you can play it as much as you want, so this might still be available after you complete the story if anyone's in the mood for high or low with an NPC. Was that news of Eulmore, you say? Ha ha! Only just arrived and already you're looking to peel away the layers of mystery. Oh, I'm all for chatting, but you need to slow down and enjoy life, my friend. I tell you what, you hop up on stage and give us a dance first, and then we can have our little talk. Well, I think, Peter, that you got your answer on whether or not Smol Caetsu can dance on the stage. Because now we have to do it again. Peter says, Lord Vauthry sounds like a great guy. Finally some good news. Oh, I had to do it specifically on the mark. Where's the mark, mister? Where is actually the mark? Oh, there, that is. Oh, now it's getting a little special, isn't it? Bring your own pole kind of bar. That's the way. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Which means dance for like 15 seconds. Woohoo! Now that was a show. You're welcome to climb up on stage anytime you like. So, what was it you wanted to ask me? Ah, yes, something about our fair city. Well, I can tell you it wasn't always so peaceful as it is today. The Eulmorean army may be the very essence of military might, but even our forces saw grievous losses in the war against the Sin Eaters. Things changed for us, well, around 20 years ago now, when the old ruler's son came to power. He's got this way with the Sin Eaters, you see. Turns them docile as house cats. I wouldn't be exaggerating to say they've become something of an ally to Eulmore, no longer an enemy to be feared. And yet elsewhere, there are still fools who insist on fighting their losing battles. Pah! A toast to Lord Vauthry. You've gained a preliminary sense of the city. The Chais and Alphinaud will be expecting your return. Excellent, I guess. There's nothing suspicious about Lord Vauthry in that regard, is there?
Oh, you've returned from your jaunt around the city so soon. You needn't have hurried back. Young Alphinaud has yet to put brush to canvas.
One cannot rush good art, I'm told. Or good artists, apparently. Ah, finally. Nice.
I've put together an ensemble of the garments you chose. Is this satisfactory? Oh, goodness gracious me! That last outfit was precious, but this makes you look positively dashing. You truly are a handsome boy. However am I to decide?
What happened to painting? I don't recall this part of the artistic process. What happened to painting? Exactly. The lad is an artist, dearest. Not a dress-up doll. It's about time we set him to work for the reason we called him here.
Must we? I do love a good painting, but I thought since we were enjoying ourselves so thoroughly.
Actually, she has a point. They're literally just wasting away their lives. What matters is that they're doing something they enjoy, and if she enjoys Alphinaud playing dress-up doll, then... I mean... You know? Well, not that is to say as long as you. Just make sure you give the lad time to prepare. We know who will be upset if he's not ready to paint at a moment's notice.
Whatever you say, darling. So, shall we pick out some jewelry next?
And Peter says, I find it so funny to see Hobo Alphinaud. Yeah, with the interesting get-up you see him with. I expected him to be high up in Eulmore society. Oh, before that dapper outfit. Hashtag goals. Goals of being able to just live out your life in luxury, right? There's an interesting thing with the Sin Eaters Eulmore and how it sort of makes sense that it is like this.
Lady Chai has a very particular sense of beauty, and apparently that extends to how I should dress whilst painting. But this obsession of hers works in our favor. The time I spend indulging these distractions is time you can use to continue your explorations. For this excursion, I'd like you to delve into the layer below us and sniff about the military headquarters. I'm sure the understory has its own tale to tell.
Alright. An interesting thing I was talking about is that this is something that you get more acquainted with in Endwalker, I believe, but it is known that the light aspect of Final Fantasy XIV, just in general, is associated with stasis, or, you know, staying the same, if that makes sense. Also, aetherite. According to the message engraved in the base, special permission is required to use this aetherite. And the dark is associated with like action and movement. So the fact that the Sin Eaters, just on like a logical perspective, if we completely disregard Lord Vauthry's effect on things, it would make sense that the Sin Eaters would be quite content with leaving leaving Eulmore to do whatever it pleases, considering that the entire point of Eulmore is to just have people almost in like a stasis-like state, just waiting for their deaths to come. And Sin Eaters are, you know, light beings, so in that regard, it makes sense that they see, well, they're also in stasis. In their own way. Oh. You have assigned yourself to all the Ethernet shards in Eulmore. Calusia is now accessible as an Ethernet destination. Whee! Wait, who am I supposed to talk with? Oh. Weeping Warbler.
You're one of the bonded, aren't you? Like me? Please, I need your help. My throat, I can't sing anymore. I've been making excuses, but it's just not getting any better. If my patron thinks I'm of no use to him, then I need you to sneak out to the derelicts and describe my condition to Thorich. He has a list of symptoms and a hunk of meal to pay for his medicines. Please, I've no one else to turn to.
Oh dear. And Peter says, have you gotten the lookout spot near this set of stairs? Have we unlocked lookout spots? We don't have the sightseeing log. So I suppose I have not. I don't know if I have it on my main.
Heh, you need medicines, tonics, potions?
Coughing, hoarse, hard to swallow, feels like something's there. Sore throat. A portion of meal intended as payment for an apothecary's medicine.
A cure for an ailing voice, is it? No, no medicine will cure this. Methinks your songbird has a lump in her throat. It must be cut out, excised, and even then the voice may never heal completely. Poor little songbird. Will they kick her from the nest, I wonder, or simply silence her chirps? Ha! Your face, you didn't know? Of the many hopefuls who enter the city, very few are ever seen to leave, even as corpses. Oh, you might see one or two fortunate fools hurled from the balconies, but the rest, gone. A town of nightmares it is. Not for this ship's rat. Oh, no, no. I am content to scurry around down here and nibble on the crumbs which fall from the table. This consultation is over. You have my verdict, and I have my meal. Good day. Peter says, I'm starting to think this expansion is a criticism to capitalism. What? Impossible. Next, you'll say that that many of the antagonists of Final Fantasy games are a criticism of religion. Smash cut to Sephiroth in Final Fantasy VII. Did you get my medicine? So that's it. What am I to do if I can't sing?
Ah, there you are, my sweet canary. Have you been crying again? Don't tell me your voice is still not on the mend.
Oh, generous sir, have mercy. I've done all I can, but even the apothecary said.
So you've been suffering all this time. I'm sorry, my pet. I hadn't realized your affliction was this grave, but you needn't fret. I'll not reward your hours of trilling by casting you out into the street.
You are too kind, sir. But what use am I if I cannot sing? I fear the day I become more burden to you than treasure.
Then I shall have a word with Lord Vauthry and arrange for your ascension. Oh no. In that paradise where resides neither pain nor illness, will your song ring out clearly once again? Or mayhap you think it a step too far?
No, you would do that for me?
Of course. Why, I would almost wish to hasten my own ascension, knowing your blessed instrument was waiting there to greet me.
Sounds too good to be true.
Ah, you must be a new arrival to harbor such doubts. Allow me to allay your suspicions. As all know, the Sin Eaters exist to devour the sinful, but also do they serve to gather the souls of the innocent, and shepherd them onto celestial paradise. That is an extremely good story, when you've named them Sin Eaters. That's an incredible good story, Lord Vauthry. It is through Lord Vauthry that we learned this truth. It is through Lord Vauthry's grace that the free people of Eulmore are destined to embrace salvation. We are blessed to spend our days surrounded by love and merriment, until at last we are called to our final rapture. Even the bonded may find a place within that host, should their patrons deem them worthy.
Lord Vauthry truly is a great man, isn't he?
Now, if you will excuse us, we must be on our way. May you find eternal salvation for the compassion you have shown my precious canary. Well, goodbye then. Like, very, very goodbye then, I suppose. Wow!
Peter says, about the boss mechanics pin, so the question for the chat for the day. The first time I saw active time maneuvers, I was definitely not expecting it.
That's true, that is certainly
surprising when you see it for the first time. If I remember correctly, the first time you see an active time maneuver in main quest content is against Shinryu in Stormblood. So it comes quite out of nowhere. No, wait a minute. It's the first time you see it unless you're a tank. Because Susano uses it. Yeah, exactly. Lawrence was thinking the exact same thing. Yeah, if you are a tank, you can intercept the blade, and then you will experience the first active time maneuver. But if you're not a tank, or in case you are not the tank that engages the blade, the first time you'll see an active time maneuver is against Shinryu. Which actually, I would say, makes the Susano encounter even more weird. Imagine you're a tank and suddenly you have to deal with this active time maneuver out of nowhere. You're completely unprepared. Yo, Alphinaud, considering that I've been away for like a grand total of like 15 minutes, that's pretty good. That is actually pretty good. You're fast, man. Here's a tip. If you don't know, if you're playing on mouse and keyboard, take note that while there is that button on screen that says click here, any button on your keyboard except enter will satisfy. So just when you see active time maneuvers come up, just put 3 fingers on A, S, and D, and 3 fingers on like J, K, L, or something like that, and just mash all of them. The key thing is that if you push 2 keys at the same time, they will only count as 1 key press. So you need to like, there's no point pressing with 5 fingers of each hand. Like, you just need to press often enough that you can like have a constant stream of clicks without them overlapping too hard. It makes it a lot easier. I've heard that spinning the analog stick helps on controller, but I'm not sure on that one. Given that I've never done an active time menu on controller, let alone played the game on controller. And Peter says, I expected stick painting from Alphinaud. Alphinaud is known to be a decent painter, but I think you get the most of this from Kryl and in Endwalker. There's also that part where he draws like small portraits when we're looking for people, and he basically makes like an artistic masterpiece as like, can you do you know who this is? This is Thancred or something like that. Have you seen this person? And it's like literally Thancred, like taken with a camera. It's good to see you back. You were taking so long I began to worry something had happened. I've begun sketching an outline for the portrait, but nay. The Chais appear otherwise occupied. Will you share what your investigations have gleaned thus far? So, Lord Vauthry boasts some manner of influence over the Sin Eaters, does he? That would explain the reverence in which he is held by the citizenry. And as for this ascension business, I cannot help but be put in mind of that apothecary and his ominous remarks. If so many folk have entered the city over the years, then where do they go? Nothing shady to report at all. Had fun at the bar, maybe. I didn't do anything, Alphinaud. I just went to that little beehive and just danced the night away. How about you? I take my eye off you for one moment, and you're chattering away with that assistant of yours. Am I to assume the outline is done, then? What in the blazes? It's so unflattering. Explain yourself, Alphinaud. Where's your artistic interpretation? It should evoke images of affluence and nobility and overwhelm the viewer with its boundless beauty.
Lord Chai, you stated that this portrait was to commemorate your anniversary, yours being a joyous union. It seemed to me that a realistic portrayal. Realistic? I don't want realism, I want perfection. A spectacle to slacken jaws and weaken knees, to make people cry out in amazement. Now, fetch a black canvas and... Oh dear. Smol K reeking of wine and glitter. That's a good one, Peter. Just dancing the night away. I say, did that come from above? Distraction! Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. A tale to make you quiver and your noble blood freeze. There was a villain on the loose, set to ruin our fair city. But our Lord has got him now, and his fate will not be pretty. Yes, the hammer of justice is poised to come crashing down, and one and all who'd watch it fall are invited to join his lordship in the offer. A malcontent? How dreadful. And this man is to face sentencing. That's right. In fact, if you're curious, it might be worth you going along for the experience. The offer they mentioned is part of the Emergent, the level above us where Lord Vauthry resides. Ordinarily, you would be barred from entering, but it seems they'll be opening its doors for the next little while. The crown lift will take you up there. We had better not dawdle then. They even had fair trials. Yes. Fair trials. Wink. Whoopsie. Yes, that's what happens. You just step out of the elevator and there's just a samurai waiting for you. Hi, I'm Chadden. Joining the crowd up there.
That's him. That's Vauthry.
Wow. Wow, he's big.
He's attended by sin eaters. But how does he keep them from attacking? Mercy! Mercy! By the 12. Kaishia, what happened to you?
Who are these impudent louts? I do not recall requesting their presence.
Lord Vauthry, what is the meaning of this? Why is this poor man bleeding to death on your floor?
Why? You ask me why? Because criminals must be punished. And this man is guilty of fraud. He came to us, claiming to be a man of business. Yet his subsequent conduct has shown him to be anything but. Eulmore is a city built on love for one's fellow man. Those who have naught to give and live only to take are a blight upon our society!
Technically, aren't the free living only to take? Talk about unachievable standards.
To atone for this crime, I ordered he fling himself from the balcony. And he had the temerity to weep. Please, my lord, anything but that. What then is a man of mercy to do? But offer the sinner another way to show his contrition.
Another way? Meaning what exactly?
Sin Eaters are part of Eulmore's society, but they must be fed with ether. Living ether. So, I demanded an offering of flesh, carved by his own hand, from his own hide. And still, he could not do as I asked. A wholly unsatisfactory performance.
'Tis true that Kaishia won his place here by fraud, but his actions were driven only by desire to share in your paradise. That you would cast him out I could almost accept, but to humiliate him thus, to demand his very life? Is this truly the way of Eulmore?
Oh, you dim, deluded child. Have you ever paused to consider what it takes to maintain such a paradise in this barren, broken world of ours? The guarantee of safety and stability. The knowledge that if one only abides by the rules, one has naught to fear. I alone can offer these things, for I alone can command the Sin Eaters. And thus am I alone the voice of justice, and any who oppose me, villains to be punished.
A fair trial, you say?
And people call this paradise.
I wanted to punch him, Alphinaud. Just a small punch.
You were granted a place in my city for a particular skill. What was it?
Painting.
Oh, an artiste! Then you shall paint a picture for me of Eulmore. If I find your art pleasing, then I may excuse this display of insolence. Who gave you permission to tend to that criminal's wounds? I told you to paint me a picture!
What you need is a mirror, not a painting. It will capture the horror I see before me far better than I ever could.
Oof. Nice.
Can you walk?
I think so. Did that little worm just insult me? I'll kill them! I'll kill them all! I'll enslave their minds! Torment them! Torture them! Then tear out their hearts!
Relax, buddy. Oh, hi. The control their minds part is very interesting. it is something we'll discover later. But that whole, like, menagerie of people just standing there deadpan and clapping when he delivers a speech are probably not thinking clearly. Peter says, I can't help but think we're the baddies here, making a child cry. Well, the child stabbed what is presumably a young adult and then raged at an actual teenager, I believe. Also a young adult, possibly. So, I mean...
Forgive me, in my anger I seem to have marched us back outside again, though it is probably best we leave the island altogether. I believe we've worn out our welcome in Eulmore. In any case, I've seen enough of the world's self-proclaimed capital city to convince me that our battle against the Sin Eaters will find few allies in Colusia. I will accompany you back to the Crystarium. We need to regroup and think on our strategy anew. Caixia, I've done you a grave disservice. You were hungry and desperate, and I offered you a solution without once considering the risks inherent in you accepting it, if I had but known the price you would be made to pay. You gave me everything I needed to make your idea work. It was me who made a mess of things, not you. But even after all the trouble I caused, you still stepped in and saved me, and now Lord Vauthry wants us all dead. He probably wanted us dead anyway. Take your time, Peter. Why not come back with us to the Crystarium? I'm certain we can find work for you there, if you're willing. No, that would just be me leaning on your kindness again. I need to do some thinking. Learn how to stand on my own 2 feet. Huh. Very well, but you must promise you'll be careful. The Eulmorans may yet come looking for us. I'll keep my head down, don't worry, and you take care too. Give me the chance to repay what you've done for me. Alphinaud! Lord and Lady Chai. What in the blazes did you do? They have the entire city looking for you. I took a peek at your unfinished portrait, Alphinaud. Now, I've had many a beautiful and striking picture painted for me, but there was something about your work. It was as if you had caught the very essence of our love and rendered it naked upon the canvas. It was bold, unflinching, and I adored it. Please, you must come back with us and finish what you began. I will speak with Lord Vauthry and vouch for your character. I'm sure we can smooth over any hard feelings. I'm sorry, Lady Chai. There are more important matters to which I must attend. More important? What could be more important than enjoying the days we have left to us to the fullest? Pray press me no further. We are leaving, but I would not presume to take the garments you were so kind as to procure for me. One moment. I wouldn't hear of it. Keep the clothes, you silly boy. I insist. And I shall make arrangements so that you can pass through the gate without causing a stir. I expect you to come and visit. I will return, I promise you that. The outrage I witnessed must not go unanswered. The next time we meet, I shall be better prepared to confront the corruption which hides behind the glittering facade.
So you mean to suggest that this lady who has had nothing but people just drawing flattering pictures of her all her well, life, I guess, that suddenly someone actually draws her instead of an artistic interpretation of her, and she loves it. Incredible. Who would have expected that? Also the part where she says, what could be more important than enjoying the rest of your life? making your life longer would be pretty convenient, pretty helpful, pretty worthwhile. Back to the shores. The cracked shell beach. Now we met the big boss, but we didn't fight him.
Thank you, my friend, for staying at my side through this whole sordid endeavor. Whilst not quite the joyous outcome I had hoped for, our efforts have nevertheless answered a great many questions. Suffice it to say, our plans for saving the First are unlikely to involve the aid of Lord Vauthry and his subjects. Come, we must speak with the Exarch and chart a new course. This is far from over.
Peter says, don't be so quick to judge Vauthry. I still have hope for him. Maybe he can become a Scion. He's large enough that you might argue that he could be a primal. So I don't think we invite primals. I'm pretty sure that is one of the requirements for becoming a Scion. 1, don't be a primal. Do you have business with the Crystal Exarch? Just say the word, and I will be happy to escort you to the Ocular. Yeah, exactly. The first question of the form. The first question isn't, what is your name? The first question is, are you a primal? The second question is, if you are a primal, where are you? And then the third question is, if you are not a primal, what is your name? Actually, that is, and what is your name? If you're still a primal. And then fourth question is, if you're not a primal, what is your name? Just so they know where to look. Ah, it is good to be back amongst friends. In such company, I can finally turn my thoughts to the future. But ere we discuss all we have learned and begin planning on our next step, I think it best that you visit Alisaie. Her familiarity with Amarang will no doubt provide us invaluable insight. And besides, I know she is as eager to see you as I was. Bring a smile to her face, Caetsu. You got it. I want a boss feed quiz. That's good, Peter. What primal are you? The best one you can get is being Susano. That's like the big winner. Because Susano is awesome. Wild and pure and forever free. Rejoice! If you've come looking for work, I might have a spot for another guard. A wax-sealed envelope addressed to Cassard. Oh, a friend of the Exarch, hoping to meet someone in Amarang, are you? Then I shall be your guide. I was about to set off for our outpost there, as a matter of fact, so we can leave right away, assuming you have everything you need. All set? Then off to the unforgiving sands we go. Peter says, Good King Mugglemark is the best one. Praise be his fluffiness, indeed. But I do think that Susano is at least equal to Good King Mugglemark. Praise be. And Susano is indeed, he's just happy to be there. He's so excited. You can now travel to Amarang. Speak with the adroit Amaro tamer to fly to the desert.
Arang. From this parched earth, the nation of Nabath, Arang once rose. When I journeyed here, long ago, I spoke with a sun-weathered elder. He told me Armarang meant majestic land in the language of his people. And so it might still be, were it not for the light's unrelenting onslaught.
So you walk into a hotel. There's no one at the desk. So you ding the bell, and some angry waiter or assistant comes out and goes, "What did you just do?" And what do you say? I rang. Thank you. I'm here all night. Oof. No matter how many times I come here, the cold never fails to catch me off guard. The sky may be as bright as in the scorching hours of day, but it gets brisk enough to make you shiver. Now, the Exarch's letter said that I was to take you to the inn at Journey's Head, which is where this Alisaie friend of yours is staying. But that's a fair old distance, so I propose we make a stop in Morsuk to break up the trek, allowing me to attend to some business, and you to enjoy the local hospitality. Sound good? Good. Alright, you lot, I'm off, and I better not see the goods covered in sand when I get back. Yeah! Thumbs up. Right, we head southwest, straight as an arrow. Really? Okay, fair enough, that is pretty straight. And here you see in its most common environment where you will find the Gigantender, the Sabotender's grandfather. It's quite big. Stop here for a moment. This is your first visit to Amarang, is it not? Before you cross the River of Sand, you need to turn around and feast your eyes on that. That? Are you sure? I mean, it is quite impressive. I call it the Tilted City. They built them big, didn't they? That's Kasar, a fortress meant to protect the northern reaches of Nabatharang. Seeing what was left behind, I believe it when they say that it was once one of Norvrandt's mightiest nations. At least, until the flood came along. Great chunks of Nabatharang's lands were lost to the light, its great city included. The few who survived didn't see much point in staying. Most of them, anyway. No, not many choose to come here these days, not with everything in ruins. Even that hulking great fortress has become little more than an Amaro roost for me and my caravan. But not everywhere is as deserted as this place. Just wait until you see Morsuk. Let's press on, shall we? It is a very nice song. I also really like the night version of the theme. Now, we're probably not going to be experiencing that anytime soon. Oh. Turn the caravan. We have found an ether current. So just a little follow-up. Earlier in the stream, let's see, Tracy requested that I increase the voice volume a bit. I hope it's like that you can, so specifically the voice volume of the game, which means that when I'm voice acting is of course my volume, but specifically the character volume has been a bit low. I hope that it's easier to hear now when there's voice acted cutscenes. Else you have to let me know if I need to increase it further. Here we are, Mordsuk, by the blessed shadow. I love this town. I love this city. Mordsuk, not just full of Mord, but Humes and all manner of others too. It has long been a refuge for folk displaced by the flood, so the population is nothing if not diverse. Oh, have you met a Mord before? They might look like shifty little blighters, but a more welcoming lot you could never wish to meet. Speaking of which, we should pay our respects to Master Gengen. I'll go ahead and let him know we're arrived. And there's Gingin, not to be confused with Gengen. And there's the right. There's an H in the first right. And that there is a guard. There's an H in the first guard. And that's a card. And it's really weird when Cassard here visits, they all call him Cassard. Anyway. That's a coupled. So this is a mod?
Master Gengen, this is the friend of the Exarch I was telling you about.
Very good, very good. Though friend or no, all are welcome in Mordsuk.
Souk is Mordish for city. As things stand, this souk boasts the largest and busiest marketplace in all Armorang. You'll find ore from the mines here, of course, but all manner of other things too, many of them rare. As I told you before, not many visit Armorang by choice, but Mordsuk's a different story. Merchants come from miles around to purchase the relics the Mord dig up.
Aye, that they do, for Mord do not dismiss the spoils of the earth. We clean them and polish them and reveal to the world their true value. That is why they come here, come from far away, come with much money. And so our souk is always busy, busy, busy. No such thing as a thing no one needs.
You say that every time, Master Gengen. Some sort of family motto, wasn't it? Or perhaps a Mord philosophy, for which we should all be very grateful. Would that everyone was so willing to take in refugees regardless of race or creed. Now then, if you intend to spend any time here, you'll want to gain the trust of the locals. And there's a little custom all newcomers are expected to observe.
The cracking of the coin purse. You buy one thing from the market. Price can be low or high, just as long as you buy.
Is this a mobile game? This sounds like a mobile game.
As the good Mord says. In fact, the Exarch sent a little something to cover this very expense. A Verbert gold piece, no less. The first I've held in years.
Verbert gold? Real Verbert gold?
Here, newcomer, crack your coin purse with me.
Oh no, you want my goods, newcomer. I have jars and pots all smooth and shiny.
Over here! Come and look!
You buy?
Mine?
Enough of that! Calm, I say! This one must still journey through the barrens. Nothing bulky, nothing heavy, no pots. Nothing better for the road than a full belly. Spend that piece at Ronron's place, yes? Eat for 3 before you leave.
I agree, Peter. It does indeed sound very much like the voice actors are having a great time. That always helps. They're really putting 110% in. Welcome to Ronron's, traveler. I have wares to empty your purse and fill your belly. I have 1 big coin, my friend. Take your time. Stand sniff before you choose, but no drooling on the merchandise, yes? Browse Ronron's wares. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Target a foodstuff and inspect it. Ooh. We have meat, bread. That actually looks pretty good. I mean, that also looks pretty nice. We also have worms and skewers. Oh, you'll like those. Chewy skewers. Find small frogs hiding under rocks, spear with stick, then roast over fire. Crackly on the outside, gooey on the inside. Perfect for snacking. Ooh. Everyone's favorite, plump white worms slathered in honey. Once you eat a glazed wriggler, you'll never want any other treat. I beg to differ, friend. I call that mush loaf. The middle is stuffed with bittersweet cactus fruits, so even if the bread dries out, it's still moist inside. Keeps you going in the heat. That actually sounds pretty nice. I haven't had cactus fruit, so I wouldn't know. But it sounds pretty good. That's my ever-burning bounty, made with the best parts of the lizard, cured with special spicy spices. Some find the smell challenging, but it'll warm you up on chilly desert nights. And Peter says, they cook as well as I do, apparently. I'm sure you cook very well. They all look tasty, yes? Which to choose? Which to choose? This heroic theme seems improper. I'll have that mush loaf, actually. Ah, very wise. You won't wither on the sands with a gut full of cactus fruit filling. You have the gold? And done. One woebetide honor buys you 40 loaves of bread. Here you are. Every last mouthful. What an appetite! What a belly! A new legend is born in Mortsuk. Smol Kai has thus eaten like 8 times her weight and size in mushloaf. She's actually... She consists of more of mushloaf than person right now. Consider your kind purse cracked. I am pleased to accept your custom, and Gen will be pleased that you honored ours. Keeping the merchandise down, yes? No returns. That's hilarious. You can't return it back on the plate. It doesn't work like that. No refunds. I was watching from here, Kaiser. You honored our custom, and with great relish. No, mushloaf, we didn't have any relish.
You will always be welcome in Emet-Selch. If you need anything in Amarang, we are here to provide.
Ha ha ha! You have courage, my friend. Ronron's wares are more exotic than harmful, but I don't envy you the bellyache you'll have on the morrow. Right, now that you've eaten, I expect you're eager to get back on the road. Would you mind if we delayed our departure a touch? I have a few deals left to close before I can conclude my business here in Emet-Selch. Oh, offering your services, are you? Aye, well, an assistant would certainly help hurry things along. I have a receipt here for some goods that need picking up from the market, all properly paid for. You just need to do the lifting and carrying. I'll go and take care of some last-minute haggling then. See you in a bit.
You may view the market receipt at any time during this quest by using the relevant item in the key items menu. Table cactus, Tonton, iron ore, Tol, Nabath Arang antiques, Mil, to be collected from Mul. Creative names.
What was the names again? What's it?
Tonton, Tol, and Mul. Well, Mil is there, but it's explicitly said that we had to collect it from Mul. And there's Tol. You're not that tall.
Cassard sent you, did he? Right, yes. What kind of ore was it again?
Iron ore.
Iron ore, of course. That would explain this box I have here. It's all yours. I have one ware on my desk. Which one was it again?
Gee, I don't know, mister. Was it perhaps iron ore? What would you do if I said a different ore? Because you don't even know what's in the box, do you? Hey, Tonton.
Okay, you came in with Cassard, yes? Good. I can finally stop thinking about that sack. Please, take your prickly purchase.
Now about that Mul. Are you warming yourself on the pot?
Hey, no touching! That merchandise is spoken for. You couldn't possibly change my mind with a better offer. What? Cassard sent you? But why didn't you say so? I wouldn't dream of selling his goods to a higher bidder. Oh, no. Nabath Arang relics, wasn't it? All packed in that box there. Handled with care.
I've done your shopping, Cassard. Do you have candy crystals for me as payment? Yes, I can fit one, even with all the mush loaf. Hello.
Don't tell me you've been round the entire market already.
Yes, I have. A collection of goods Cassard ordered from the merchants of Emet-Selch.
Aye, that's the lot. All right, good work. And quick work too. Considering you've not set foot in the place before, I had thought you want to sit in the city like the Exarch. But something tells me you're not a stranger to visiting strange lands. Unfortunately, your efficiency presents something of a problem. I'd hoped to conclude all my business before you returned, but it seems there's been some confusion over one of the orders I placed. I'll have to drag in my middleman and sort this mess out. I'm sorry to make you sit around and twiddle your thumbs.
Cassard? It feels like an age since I last saw you. Oh, whoa, it's a lady. Well, if it isn't the lovely Tesleen. Not Tesleen? It's been a while, but your timing couldn't be better. This lady was on her way to meet with Alisaie. I am supposed to be taking her to your corner of the desert, but a misplaced order has commandeered my attention.
Wait, I know who you are. Alisaie has told me so much about you. You're Caetsu, aren't you?
She has described me in perfect detail. She's about yay high, wears pink.
I knew it. How wonderful to meet you in the flesh after hearing all those stories. I'm Tesleen. I work as a carer at the inn, and I've gotten to know Alisaie quite well since she took up guard duties there. Do you want me to take over as Caetsu's guide? Do you want me to take over as Caetsu's guide, Cassard? My shopping's all done and packed for the road, so it would be no trouble.
That would be a great help. Thank you. Well, it looks like you'll be able to head straight out after all. My caravan and I will be in the area for a while yet. Seek me out when you've had your fill of Amarane, and I'll send you back to the Crystarium. Thank you for the gloves. They're not quite candy, but I guess they'll have to do. Another key upgrade.
Alisaie has been desperate to see you, Caetsu, so let's get you to her sooner rather than later. The inn isn't too hard to find, really. You can actually see the top of the rock spires from here. We just need to swing around the ridge, then head south. Come on, I'll get my supplies together and meet you outside.
Work to live, or live to work.
All set? Oh, I should probably mention the wildlife. While most of them will leave you be if you keep your distance, the local coyotes have learned to prey on folk heading home from the markets. I can usually swing a sword well enough to fend them off, but I may have loaded myself down with too many bargains today. Do you think you can handle any beasts that try to make a meal of us? I thought you might. Alisaie was always saying how much, I mean, let's get going, shall we?
No, tell me what she told you about me. I'd like to hear it. Sooner rather than later. You know?
Sorry, there wasn't much time to shout a warning. Were you bitten? Those things can be nasty. And yet, hardly a match for you, it seems. I'd always thought Alisaie was strong, but in her mind, she was never... Now it makes sense. Well, we shouldn't push on. We should push on. It might be best if you scout ahead and clear out any coyotes that have our scent. I'll wait here so you can fight without any distractions.
Okay. Do you need me to come back and fetch you? There we go.
And I did in fact have to go back and fetch her. I did the thing. I've deleted all coyotes.
Oh, thank goodness you're back. I could hear the howling and snarling from here. Frightful creatures. Let's hope the rest have seen your handiwork and know to avoid us now. I need to get these supplies back to the inn.
Excellent. Mush loaf. Hello? Why are you hanging out here?
This is it. Thanks to you, I didn't have to drop my shopping even once. Come to think of it, I'm glad I didn't make the trip alone. It seems you ended up escorting me. I'll have to repay the favor somehow, but first, let's head inside, shall we? Welcome to the inn at Journey's Head. You might be our first visitor from the Crystarium since Alisaie arrived. It's not much, but it's home for the afflicted and a handful of carers.
The afflicted?
You don't know? I don't think I've met anyone besides Alisaie who was so unfamiliar with our situation here. Most folk have grown up knowing someone who knew someone.
Put down the box, Tesleen.
I might leave out something obvious, so it may be best to have Alisaie give you the full explanation.
Wait. Either right. Get me that either right. Yoink. Now, what did you say?
Now, where is she? I think she might be out on patrol. You could wait, I suppose, but now why not go out and surprise her? She usually takes a look at things from the watchtower first, so you might be able to catch her there. It's not far. Head out, head out the south side, and you'll soon see it. I'll stay behind in case she comes back while you're gone.
Riviera. Oh, look, an ether current. This zone is really good at being like, oh, distraction. Alisaie is nowhere to be seen, but you spot fresh footprints on the ground, and they look to be about the right size. Small footprints. The small footprints lead off to the northwest. Tracy says, I think I'm Ifrit. Oh. Did you take the Scion test?
The footprints continue on to the northwest. The Scion test. Oh wait, what primal are you? Sorry, that was a separate test. The footprints curve around to the west. We have too many tests floating around. Just fiery. Fair enough. Very fiery. Do you also like wake up in the morning and feel like smacking someone with your book while it's on fire? Because I feel like most summoners, they get in contact with Ifrit and that's like the one thing that he always leaves them with. Like generally they get this feeling that they should like shoot fire-imbued spells, but that tends to like leave again after about 30 seconds. But specifically the part about smacking people with your book, that actually stays with you. There are more tracks. There are more tracks here, but they end in a mess of disturbed sand. Morning after tacos. I think a lot of people feel like Ifrit on the morning after tacos.
Get back here!
That's dangerous.
Is that... It can't be.
Impressive.
Just a lesser sin eater. Nothing to write home about. I knew you'd turn up sooner or later, but I had been hoping for sooner. How are you? We've fought them to a standstill, then. The Exarch did say that the Empire seemed to have drawn back when he last looked in on the source. But without knowing for sure how fast time was passing there, I couldn't help worrying that a lot might have happened since then. I'm heartily relieved to hear that it hasn't, just as Alphinaud must have been. As you can imagine, both he and Reuniting were desperate to hear the news from home when I arrived. I haven't actually seen Thancred and Y'shtola yet, but they will have heard all the latest developments from the Exarch by now, or should have at least. When I think of how frantic Tataru and the others must be, I want nothing more than to rush back and reassure them. But we still haven't found a way to reverse the summoning, and even if we had, we couldn't just ignore Urielge's vision. He may use 10 words where one would suffice, and they may often obscure as much as they reveal. But on this matter, he was as clear as day. I do not doubt for one moment that he saw what he claims. Nor how difficult it must have been to speak about them. The 8th umbral calamity and your death aren't exactly topics for idle conversation. As much as I might want to go home, I don't want to go home to that. We can't allow the rejoining to happen. Which means we have to save the first from the Sin Eaters. That great wall of white is a remnant of the flood. 100 years ago, the balance in the first tipped decisively in favor of light. From that moment, it rose and swelled with each passing day, and then, without warning, it burst forth like water from a broken dam.
Well, it looks like water from a broken dam now that you mention it, doesn't it? It looks like a frozen, like a wave
a colossal wave of pure light, drowning everything in its wake. Only Norvrandt was spared. For the most part, living things are composed of ether of various different aspects. But when exposed to such a flood, their etheric harmony is shattered, and their natural form breaks down. Then they either perish, or are warped into mindless abominations. Yes, that's how the Sin Eaters came to be. They were once living creatures, or people, that were caught in the path of the flood. Once the change is wrought, there is no going back. In that instant, they are gripped by an insatiable appetite for ether, and will happily gorge themselves on any living thing within reach. But even that is not the worst of it. The stronger Sin Eaters can plant light in us, like seeds in soil, corrupting our ether, and triggering the birth of new monstrosities. They are creatures of base instinct, that exist only to feed and to multiply. They feel no pity, know no remorse, and are utterly deaf to reason. Which is why they must be destroyed. Every last one of them. The infirmary is full of the Sin Eaters' victims, left here to spend their final hours waiting for the change to overtake them.
Tracy says, I wanted to say Shiva and not Ifrit, but I'm not that nice. What do you mean? I don't know. Is Shiva known to be nice? Isn't Shiva... Actually, I feel... I don't know. That depends on whether you mean the Shiva, the actual Shiva person in Final Fantasy XIV, who we never met, or the person that summons Shiva, was kind of nice, or the primal Shiva, which is whatever the summoner chooses her to be. It's actually interesting. Where do the personalities of the primals come from, if not from the person that summons them? Which means that the reason why Susano is so boisterous and happy is because he's typically summoned by happy people? Or what? Anyway. It's just a matter of time. More for some, less for others. Those patients will all become monsters in the end. And to add insult to injury, the afflicted are feared, shunned, cast out of society, and exiled here to the edge of the world. The only good thing I have to say about this hellish place is that it has served me well as a training ground. Tesleen and the others have also been kind enough to share their knowledge of the Sin Eaters. Which is knowledge I can now share with you, while you help me finish my patrol, of course. A hat. Here's what we'll do. I'll take the east side of the inn and you'll clear the west. That way you can have an undiluted experience with the resident terrors. Oh, thanks. These marks on your map are where the usual trouble spots are. You can assume that any beast with a white hide or carapace is a Sin Eater, but you'll know for sure soon enough when they come slavering after your ether. Remember, it's kill or be killed with these monsters. Once you've slain whatever's prowling around out there, we can rendezvous back at the north entrance. Good hunting! Thanks. It's kill or be killed. Thanks, Flowey. You sense a hostile presence. Hey, Kosari, how are you doing? I think we just might be able to reach the first dungeon in this stream. But it's going to be a little tight. Vasari says, I'm doing good. Last night I got to the phase 2 of P8S. Now the real fight begins. Oh yeah, that's true. And of course, being consistent enough in reaching the second phase that it is not like a hurdle that you have to get over every time you start a run is also part of the progressing, I'd say. That's awesome. I hope you get it down soon. And that you keep having fun with it, most importantly. That's awesome. I've heard that P8S is really, really, really hard. But it's of course only hard until you master it. How did you fare? Ah, I thought there might be 1 or 2 lurking on the fringes. Nothing out of the ordinary for this area. I expect you noticed it yourself, but individually, these lesser sin-eaters are no more deadly than any natural predator you might encounter in the desert. It's when they appear in numbers that they pose a threat. Much like the Void said, they have an unfortunate tendency to flock to the strongest of their kind. Thus, when a powerful sin-eater goes on the hunt, it might be attended by a veritable swarm of weak kin. Imagine an army of such creatures descending on a village or a hamlet. That's the basic idea behind my patrols, to cull their ranks often enough that their numbers won't be overwhelming when the big ones come out to play. And you've certainly helped on that front. Let's report our victories to Tesleen, shall we?
Alisaie tells me you helped her. Alisaie tells me you helped her out on her patrol. You have our thanks, and my apologies for leading you from one battle to another ever since the moment we met. In any case, I'm glad to see the two of you found each other. You have no idea how badly Alisaie has missed your company. Everything is always, if Caetsu were here, she would... That's an exaggeration, and I don't sound like that either. I was simply trying to view matters from another perspective, and I respect Caetsu's methods. Stabbing? Honestly, after seeing her in action, I can understand why. The way she leaps into the fray without hesitation, it really is something to behold. I might be a little smitten myself. I'm only teasing, though I've no doubt she deserves all the admiration she gets, just as you do. A hat.
Or not a hat.
I'd love to lay out a welcome meal, but the duties I put off when I went to the market are still waiting for me. Ah! There are 101 things that need doing. I'm sorry, but would you mind waiting here with Alisaie? What? And twiddle our thumbs while you work yourself to death? Surely there's something we can help you with. I could do with a hand, it's true. Thank you. You can start by helping me sort out the larder, Alisaie. While we do that, could you tend to a few patients, perhaps? There are 3 in particular I meant to visit. It's just a matter of saying a few words to them and seeing that their skin isn't caked in sand.
Maniboba says, okay guys, have a nice day or evening. It's evening. Must get going. Thank you for the live. Thank you for watching, Maniboba. I hope you have a good day. Or evening, actually. I hope you have a good evening and a good night. Thank you for watching.
Their names are Pawnel, Totten, and Halric. They may not give much in the way of a response, but I promise they'll be pleased to meet someone new.
Quasari says, phase 1 can be pretty rough, and the DPS check is pretty tight too. Yeah, that tends to cause problems, I could imagine. Especially because people will
at some point when they progressed enough on a fight, they'll just be more annoyed that they have to almost reprogress the fight repeatedly. Thank you. I'll dust you off, it's okay. Hey, Totten. Says nothing. Totten glances at you blankly, but you notice the tension in his face ease slightly. And there's Halric. He's a little bit cursed. Halric remains utterly still as you wipe the sand from his cheek. The texture of his skin has hardened into something akin to plaster. And he has small bandages on his horns too. I never noticed that before. You've seen to the patients. How were they? Not much. Good. That's good. I knew they would enjoy meeting you. I'm concerned about Halric, though. I'll have to speak with the other carers, but I think his time may be near. We shall leave you to have that discussion then. I was going to take Caetsu to Mord Suk if you have any errands that need doing. Well, I suppose there's one thing. Would you pick up a nectarine from the markets, please? Kassar's caravan just passed through, so Norvrandt should have some fresh fruit. Come then, Caetsu. There's something I want you to see. Right after we stop at Norvrandt's stall, of course. Run. Let's run to run. Oh, back again, are you? You need another taste of Norvrandt's wares? Actually, that mush loaf. Actually, we're looking to buy a nectarine. Do you have any in stock? Oh yes, nectarines, peaches, grapes, fresh and juicy. Given how richly you cracked your coin purse with me, I might still owe you food. Here, take this one, free of charge. Oh, that's pretty nice. Gods, I've never seen a Mord merchant give away something for nothing before. How much coin did you spend here? Oh yes, I'll take a jar of honeyed worms as well. You what, mate? Oh, no, they're not for me. It's an offering of sorts. The worms, if you please. Only the best bricklers for you. Come again, my friends. Come again. Right, that's our shopping chores taken care of. Let's head up past the Aetheryte to the main tower. The view I want to show you can only be seen from its very top. So who are those worms for? Is it for the guard? The guard? Yeah, your precious worms. That buys us a trip to the top of the tower, does it not?
Glazed wrigglers! You actually brought them! I really shouldn't let you, but just this once, alright? Only once.
Never fails, shall we? Yes, only once.
Look, over there, where the wall is broken. Do you see what lies beyond? That's what the land became after the light flooded in. An empty white nothingness. Life cannot exist in such conditions. The primordial light would wreak havoc on the body's etheric balance. That nectarine you bought, it's Halric's favorite fruit. Most of the patients, Halric included, survived the attacks of powerful eaters. But their fate was sealed all the same. The monster's corruption has entered their bodies, and their very essence is being subsumed by light. The twisted state of the world itself just makes matters worse. Under normal circumstances, a person's ether naturally tends to equilibrium. But for these poor souls, the opposite is true. Sooner or later, every single one of them will turn.
Hello, Will. It's been a while. How are you doing? And what do you mean about being orange?
Tesleen and the patients, they all know this. They know what has to be done before the change goes too far, before the eater within takes over. The preferred method is mixing poison into their favorite food. In my time here, I've borne witness to a lot of last meals. I feel just as helpless as before. No matter how hard I fight, it's never enough. But it's a war I mean to wage, nonetheless. Speaking of wars, do you remember how I made you promise not to leave me and then promptly collapsed? Well, let's just say I had a few choice words for the Exarch concerning the timing of his summons. But even if the fault lay with someone else, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd abandon you on the battlefield. So I swore that I'd make up for my absence there by making a difference here. And that's what keeps me moving forward, even when things seem hopeless. On which note, it's time we headed back. The longer we keep Tesleen waiting, the harder this will be for her.
Do you think Halric will mind this nectarine with my raincoat clipped into it? Maybe, Lowell, maybe you have like a plugin in your browser that is coloring your name orange so you stand out for yourself? I don't know. I haven't heard this before with your name being orange specifically.
I'm glad I was able to show you that. When it comes to understanding the catastrophe which befell the first, one glimpse of the empty wasteland beyond the wall is worth more than an hour of Urianji's lecturing. And I needed you to know beyond a doubt that Tesleen has no other choice. The nectarine will be a kindness. It isn't just the threat posed others. When a person becomes an eater, the pain appears to be excruciating. The Carers are truly fond of their wards, and would spare them that suffering. It is their way of fighting back against a fate worse than death.
But it could be a plugin or something. I don't know if there is such a plugin that does that specific thing, but it wouldn't be unusual if you have some sort of plugin for anything YouTube related, that it just happens to come with this feature in addition to a bunch of other things.
You're back! I hope you had a nice time. Did you manage to find a nectarine?
I did.
A plump, sweet-smelling nectarine. Thank you. Alisaie has explained why I wanted this, has she? I can see it in your eyes. But we may not need it just yet. I spoke with the others, and we've decided to keep an eye on Halric for now. Thanks to you, though. If his time does come suddenly, we'll be ready to send him on his way with a taste of happier days. Well, nothing is going to happen for a little while yet, so let's see if we can't lighten the mood. We don't want our gloomy faces worrying the patients. I think it's time for that welcome meal, don't you? Take a seat and I'll make us a nice stew. Oh boy.
Speak up if you'd like another helping. I made a little bit more than usual today.
And you've added something special to the broth, if I'm not mistaken.
Aye, well, it's not often we have visitors from the Crystarium, so I may have thrown in a few extra bits and bobs.
True, Chaiji. The turbo broth. The turbo stew, even.
I'll have another bowl then. I've only eaten 40 mush loaves. Not 80.
That's what I like to hear. Give me a moment to warm up the pot. In a place like this, you learn to take what moments of happiness you can get. I remember when I first came here with my mother. She was showing the early signs. I knew there was no way to save her, but I just couldn't face what needed to be done. That's the way of it for most people. Why they travel from arms to stay here. Beaten, broken souls come to wait out the inevitable, to receive the mercy of a painless death. When my mother finally left this world, I was mad with grief, but also thankful that her passing was a peaceful one. It's never easy, ending a life you've cared for, even when you believe they go on to a better place. I often find myself wishing the Warrior of Darkness would come and do that part for me.
The Warrior of Darkness?
You've never heard the tale? I'm not sure where it began, but every child in Norvrandt could tell you a version of it. Warrior of Darkness, servant of death, take care of our souls at our dying breath. Let sinners and eaters of sin go with thee, that all may return to the sunless sea. Well, that's the version I was taught anyway. It's just an old bedtime story. He's certainly never deigned to visit us here.
Which is a good thing, surely. He sounds rather ominous.
Do you think so? I always liked the idea that he treated every soul the same. Even the Sin Eaters.
They're coming.
Tesleen! Have you seen Halric? I swear, I only took my eyes off him for a moment.
Oh no.
Caetsu, Alisaie, we have to go look for Halric. I don't know what's gotten into him, but if he's wandering out there alone... We'll assign search areas and split up. Any idea where he might be headed? No, he's never done anything like this before, but it can't be a coincidence that the other patients are suddenly so agitated they can sense something. In any case, let's keep the search close to the inn. Halric isn't very sure on his feet, so he won't have gone far. I'll search the east side. Please, Halric, please be alright. I'll cover the north and west, then. You take everything from here to the south.
Why are we sending unarmed Tesleen out looking when we know something is afoot? She makes quick stew, but I don't know about her ability to beat a big sin eater with a sword, if she even brought one.
You see no sign of Halric. Maybe he went further west. You scan your surroundings in search of Halric, and suddenly find yourself under attack. Surprise!
That's a chunky boy. My entire burst.
All my power. And then it even survived.
Any sign of him? No luck then. But he surely can't have gone far. We should keep looking. The Sin Eaters are out in force, and if we don't find him soon, you can be sure they will. Did you see the size of that thing? It must be one of the nasty ones. Wherever it's going, it can only mean trouble. After it! There it is! Is that... Oh no! Halric! We have to run! Tesleen! No!
We all deserve happiness, wherever we can find it. The time left to you is precious. No one should die in pain. Mother,
Oh boy.
No!
Forgive me, Alisaie.
It's such a brutal cutscene. Oh man. I'm always surprised by how, like, I would say graphic it is in the way that it basically portrays what happens when you become a Sin Eater. As Tracy says, I almost hate Ulrich here. After that cutscene, I hated Ulrich for the remainder of Shadowbringers. I think the only reason why I stopped hating him that much is because we got some time away from each other. With Endwalker. Still not super happy with him. I'm sorry, Caetsu. I tried to tell the carers what happened, but can't be the shoulder they lean on. Not like this. It's just so unfair. Tesleen was always so cheery with the patients, telling them not to be scared, that there wouldn't be any pain. For all the people in the world to suffer such a fate. I imagine you're just as shocked as the rest of us, so appreciate what you're doing here. Me, I can barely... I don't have the words. Without a body, we can't even give her a proper burial. And she cared about that sort of thing. About giving people the chance to say their goodbyes. Yeah, do you have anything to say for yourself, Ulrich? Ulrich is as unresponsive as ever. He stands motionless, staring up into the sky where the Sin Eaters made their escape. Thanks. I think the scariest and cruelest part is the fact that you realize that Tesleen is somewhat mentally there as this happens at the end. That is probably the scariest part. suggesting that all of those Sin Eaters, some of them might be a captive audience to watch themselves do these things that they do. It's quite horrific. Alisaie? Thank you. What you're doing, it means a lot to them. To me. Sorry to interrupt. We realized we hadn't thanked you for rescuing Ulrich. You weren't hurt at all, were you? Hurt? There wasn't even a fight. It was too late. Too slow. And I thought I could protect you. You can't blame yourself for things beyond your control. You brought Ulrich back safe and sound. No one could have done any more. I'm sorry, but I've come to a decision. I won't be continuing in my role here. I hope you will forgive me for leaving you, and that you will delay Ulrich's last meal for as long as you possibly can. Not until it's too late, of course. Just give him what time you can. Why specifically Ulrich? We always do. Of course. She would have done the same. Farewell, Ulrich. Keep Tesleen's words close to your heart. Wait, you're leaving this very moment? I understand how you must feel, but surely this is a bit hasty. Do you even have anywhere to go? I have a destination in mind, yes, and a purpose. This damned light, building without cease, is the reason we can't save those corrupted by the Eaters. But what if we corrected the balance? Even if it were only little by little, even if it took years, it would surely make things better. Now, hold on there. Everyone knows there's too much light, but how could you ever hope to get rid of it? You'd have to change the whole world. Correct. That's right. We should return to the Crystarium. I may not be able to repel the Eaters on my own, but I can still use the skills I've gained here to hurt them. Good luck defending yourselves. As far as I understand, the way that Sin Eaters work is that so they consume the ether of their prey and basically just try to delete it almost, like just make it go away. And they have this urge to consume things because that drives them forward. As an element of stasis, there wouldn't be any reason to move forward for any other reason. The only purpose in them spreading this light like this control by having more Sin Eaters is of course to further this purpose. To bring everything to nothingness. To complete stasis. Which is interesting in contrast to Voidsent, who appear to like sow chaos in every which way because it causes more motion, more action. Of course, they also kill people and eat people, but with different purpose, you could say. Forgive me, Caetsu. I couldn't stay there a moment longer, but I was serious about what I said. While the men and women at the inn battle against this blight with kindness, I must fight it in my own way, with steel.
Miss Alisaie, is there anything I can get you?
A trip? Your swiftest Amaro. I need to return to the Crystarium immediately.
As you wish.
Here we are. Oh, remind me to wear goggles if we ever fly over Amarang again. I've barely gotten the sand out my eyes. But the wind did help to clear my head at least. I think I'm ready to meet with the Exarch. We need to talk about how we're going to wipe the Sin-Eaters out, shall we?
You got over this very well, Alisaie. I'll give you that.
Oh, he says the same thing as every other time. Thank you for seeking me out, Caetsu. It meant a lot to have you there at my side, and looking at Alphinaud, I'd say he's as eager to begin this discussion as I am. I say we lay our experiences before the Exarch and step back to see what kind of picture they make. Then we can decide where to go from there.
That's true, Tracy. It's probably that she's just very strong at like hiding away like her hurt, which is also commendable.
And so you return. Have you gained a better understanding of the crisis now faced by the First?
Better is not the word I would use. Some lands may have been spared the flood, but the survivors live only to suffer. There seems no end to the horrors inflicted by the Sin-Eaters.
Indeed. Those abominations are a calamity in their own right. And I can well imagine how hopeless the task of eradicating them must seem to you. But after countless battles and untold sacrifice, we have identified a potential weakness. Sin-Eaters are drawn to serve the strongest of their kind, a class of creature we call Light Wardens. And from what we have been able to ascertain, only a handful of these entities exist. Just as an ant colony will perish in the absence of its queen, we believe that the death of a Light Warden will cause the lesser creatures within its sphere of influence to disperse.
I have a feeling Eulmore might have something to say about any concerted action we take against these monsters. Vauthry's command over the Sin-Eaters is integral to Eulmoran society. In seeming to guarantee his people's safety, it guarantees their obedience. He will not take kindly to us depriving him of such useful allies.
Agreed. Thus we will need to occupy or otherwise divert his forces whilst we proceed with the business of eliminating the Wardens. Until we have done so, all other considerations must be set aside if we are to forestall the 8th umbral calamity.
That's the only way you can say it. The 8th umbral calamity. Are you sure that eliminating the Wardens will be enough?
Your uncertainty is understandable, given the circumstances. Perhaps a more detailed explanation is in order. To begin at the beginning, then. In the ancient past, a single star was divided into 14 worlds. This is the source, your home. These others are the 13 shards, in whose number we find the first. Though physically separate, they retain a connection to each other, and with the source especially. Now, let us assume that a given element in one of the shards attains abnormal ascendancy. Just as water will flow from the highest point to the lowest, the excess energy will begin trickling into the source. And such an influx of ether will of course exert a palpable influence. If the element in question were fire, then drought and wildfires might ensue. If it were ice, one might expect the weather to turn bitterly cold. As ether continues to pour in, such phenomena will become more and more extreme, until eventually, a single, untimely event triggers a disaster which cracks the barrier dividing the two worlds. What was once a trickle now becomes a deluge, sweeping the shard along to be rejoined with the source. At the same time, the element which held sway in the shard is unleashed in full, its energies amplifying the original disaster to truly catastrophic proportions. An earthquake thus magnified might strike with enough force to shatter continents. A tidal wave might swell to a size capable of drowning entire nations. These devastating events are what we refer to as umbral calamities. 7 times has a calamity befallen the source. 7 times has a shard been absorbed.
Interesting how it like specifically outlines sort of the element, kind of.
At present, the light-drowned realm of the First stands perilously close to meeting the conditions for a rejoining. It is the Sin Eaters who are to blame for the Light's continued dominance. In addition to attracting their lesser kin, the Light Wardens I mentioned earlier radiate ether, saturating every corner of their territory with light. Even here in the flood-spared region of Norvrandt, their influence is strong enough to banish night from the sky. Thus, if we are to restore balance to the First and head off a potential calamity, it is imperative that we put each and every Light Warden to the sword.
We've been doing our best to take the fight to the enemy ever since we first heard the Exarch's explanation.
Though we have yet to claim any meaningful victories if truth be told. Apart from being confoundingly elusive, the Light Wardens possess a troublesome quality which compelled us to delay our plans until such time as you arrived.
Forgive the interruption, my lord, but Holminster Switch is requesting reinforcements. They say the Sin Eaters are attacking in force, and the village could soon be overrun.
Alert the guard. We should be prepared in case the fighting reaches the Crystarium. You have command of our forces in the field, Captain, but hold off on entering the town until I arrive. That goes for Alphinaud and Alisaie as well.
My lord.
Pray, lend us your strength. Such a fight will provide you with far greater insight than any explanation I could offer.
Tracy says, all the calamities were elemental, I think. So the ones we just saw, like, depicted in his demonstration, we had wind, earth, fire, water, ice. Wind, earth, fire, water, ice, and... I'm guessing that we also saw a purple one, which would suggest... thunder? But there were 7, and the 7th one was like black with a red outline. Is that like darkness? Like void? Because I know that there's a separate, like, the world that the void scent come from is not one of those that actually, you know, led to calamity. It is just a world that is taken over by darkness. It is the world that the Scions, I believe, claim is the lost world. So that begs the question, was there another world that led to a calamity that was brewed from darkness? I can't remember. I'm just trying to draw logic from exactly what the Crystal Exarch showed us, and that might not be entirely accurate. Holminster Switch is in the north of Lakeland, so we had best make haste with our preparations. In fact, meet me outside the Crystarium at the crossroads northwest of the Ascensor's Gate, and I shall lead you there myself. But I don't know if there ever was something that specifically outlined what the 7 calamities, like what element each of them was caused by, but I haven't checked, so I just can't remember. The first is almost inundated by light, while the Empire will black rose on the source. That is true, Tracy. What I'm talking about is that we saw specifically one that was suggesting that there was coming like darkness from a world. Like one of the 7 calamities, it seemed like one of them was void. But yeah, you're correct that would probably be what would cause it. Let's see, we can just look it up. The first one was wind, that was what he showed. The second one was lightning, that was what he showed. Then it was fire, earth, yep, ice, and then water. And then the 7th was not depicted that clearly, apparently. It was unaspected, but astral in alignment. That makes sense. I think. Tracy says, while the 13th was made dark too soon, water was due to magic getting out of hand, and earth destroyed Alag. Ah. All set. If we follow this road north, we will arrive at the northern staging point. The village itself lies not far beyond. Quickly now. A shard had to be umbral. There seems to be a balance. Yeah.
Let me just get this ether right while we're here. It's a bit complicated with that. As I understand it, umbral is like... Isn't umbral supposed to be the stasis kind of situation, and astral is supposed to be like growth, so to speak. So, and I believe light ether specifically tends to suggest stasis, and dark ether or void ether or whatever you want to call it suggests growth or action. So it's like action versus inaction. And that means, namely, that any element can be umbral or astral, if I remember correctly. That is optional whether it is a specific, whether it's astral or umbral, which sounds ridiculous because I don't know how fire would be umbral. But is astral stasis, are you sure? Astral is grow. Let's see here. There's a comment here from a while back that says astral and our understanding of astral and umbral is correct. That's from 4 years ago though, so there might be changes. Astral is growth, umbral is stasis. What changed, however, is our understanding of light and dark and how they associate with astral and umbral. We thought that astral is light and umbral is dark. But it's the other way around. Light is umbral aligned and dark is astral aligned. So the calamity of light would have been an umbral calamity instead. Zenitas are kinda the equivalent of void scent. Instead of being drained of all ether, their ether is stopped within their bodies. About Zodiac, Hydaelyn, this is something that is from before Endwalker at least, and possibly from like early Shadowbringers at best, so this isn't exactly a spoiler. Of Zodiac and Hydaelyn, as they are attributed to light, dark, and light respectively, I think we can interpret that as Hydaelyn maintaining the status quo, and therefore representing stasis, and Zodiac or his servants trying to change the nature of the world itself, therefore representing the growth, or change. The thing that confuses me about it was specifically the what was it? Light is umbral, is stasis. And dark is astral, is action. That's why it has always confused me, because it feels completely opposite everything. And you might very well be right that the people of this source had it wrong. Because they attribute light to good things and dark to bad things. Whatever we would prefer will be the good thing. But it also connects with what the Crystal Exarch said. If light was inherently astral, then this would be the 8th. This would be an astral calamity, right? Hypothetically. This is very confusing. Rianje explains it in Eulmore. Alright. Holminster Switch is past these gates and through the woods. It is not exactly a near neighbor to the Crystarium, but as we occupy the same region, we have built up something of a cooperative relationship. What can we expect inside, Captain?
The town is beset by a swarm unlike any we have seen in recent years. We did our best to evacuate the villages, but as many as have remain. Judging by the numbers of eaters present, we have good reason to believe that a light warden leads the attack. How convenient. It seems we will have our chance to slay a warden sooner than we expected. One does not simply slay a warden. Has no one told you what happens if you defeat one of those fiends? They hold more energy, they hold more light inside them than all of their underlings put together. It can be struck down, aye, but its essence won't dissipate like the weaker kind. Vile ether will billow outwards and envelop the nearest living being, and reckless young swordswoman, perhaps, and turn her into a brand new warden. Oh. Ah, well, you can leave that particular quandary to us. I must ask that the guards stand down and allow us to engage this leader of eaters alone. Concentrate on the survivors. We must save every life we can. But what if... Understood, my lord. As captain of the guard, however, I will not watch you brave such danger without an escort from our ranks. I insist that I go with you. Very well, then our warden slaying party shall include myself, the Leviers, Captain Lena, and last but not least... me. It's me. A formidable group indeed. Into Holminster we go. Once we reach the Light Warden, do not hold back. We strike to kill. I feel like he's leaving out an important detail. The instance dungeons encountered in subsequent main scenario quests can be completed solo alongside a supporting party of NPCs. Make use of this feature, simply speak with one of your NPC companions near the entrance to the instance and select the option to form a party. Alternatively, you can also select duty support under duty from the main menu and interact with the instance entrance itself. In forming a party, you will need to follow the same role restrictions imposed when using the duty finder. Alternatively, you can find party members via the duty finder as usual and complete the instance with fellow players instead. This is the first time that there was anything called duty support, and I believe back then it was just called trust. I happen to have a friend ready waiting in the wings to join me so that we get a faster queue though. It is Zip. And we go into Holminster Switch. Wait a minute. Oh. That was a little weird. For a second there, I thought that the dungeon wasn't even on the list. Tracy says you're queuing. Yes, of course. If you are in a European data center and you would like to join, you are welcome to join me. But we kind of hold a tradition of queuing for this, mainly because, among other things, even if I did do it with duty support, I wouldn't have the time to focus on everything they say during the dungeon. And it's also more fun that sometimes you can have people from the stream join. You'll have to let me know if you would like to join, because I will queue us with the people that we have in like a minute if I'm not expecting anyone. My friend is a healer. It is Sipping Jackets, who somewhat regularly
makes an appearance on the stream to help me. He's also the one that gave me this outfit. You only have DPS. That's fine, Tracy. If you are in a European data center, the main thing I would need from you is that... can I search for you? I think you need to specifically come to Alpha Light for me to be able to interact with you, and then you would have to either tell me your name or write me, which you would be able to do by searching my name here. And by European Data Center, of course, mean you have to be on Chaos or Light, and then you have to visit specifically Alpha Light. Hi, Sonada. You're on Phoenix. Oh, okay. Well, if you want to join, then I can wait for you. Sip specifically logged in and sat at the ready to help me with the queue. So, it's probably fine. Just let me know when... you can let me know in-game that you're ready by either just writing me in-game. And then we can figure it out from there. Or you can tell me on stream. But in that case, we'll take a moment to wait for Tracy. Holminster Switch is an interesting dungeon. Especially as it is the first dungeon that you could say that if the developers ever had an interest in making a dungeon actively with the interest of making it runnable by NPCs, it would be the one. The first specimen of a dungeon specially created to be run by NPCs. That's sort of significant because as you may have seen, as they have enabled doing dungeons with NPCs, they have adjusted certain dungeons in the past to make it easier for them to have a chance to run. Dungeons with particularly strange mechanics or difficult to deal with mechanics have had their mechanics adjusted to something more somewhat feasible for an NPC to work with. This is also something that we commonly see where NPCs may sometimes have a workaround when a mechanic is a little brutal, or they interact with a mechanic in a unique way to explain why they can ignore the mechanic. Which is something that, for instance, and I'm saying this now because we will probably not see it since we will be doing the dungeons primarily through the party finder, or duty finder. We will not see something like Dormeg with the NPCs, but if we did, we would see every single Scion and other important character interact with the illusionary floor in a unique way. Every single one. There we are. And now we queue. Oh. Well then. F for my portrait. Now, the reason why it was significant for me that we did Alphinaud's story first is because Alisaie's story is a lot more immediately significant to this part of the story, in my opinion. So what spells is it that we don't have? Let me just get a quick refresher. We don't have Stardiver. We don't have some damage boosts. Well, it's mostly the extra Norvrandt that we will notice. I'll prep this, then there's a better chance that we'll have Norvrandt for the second pack, if anything. Oh, by the way, Tracy, remember to get your close position. You know, your dance partner setup. I think you forgot. I don't know if Tracy is still watching the stream while doing the dungeon. Okay, you got it now. Just trying to help. Oh dear. This is such a difficult pull for tank and healer. It's okay, Tracy. I assumed that it was because you forgot. I can't imagine any other reason. That's also why I just went through the effort of trying to remind you. Ah, yes. The boss with the half wing. Here's a fun fact. Shadowbringers didn't actually release with this version of the song. Like in the start of Shadowbringers, boss fights with the not final boss of the dungeon just had like the generic boss music that you've seen in previous expansions. But at some point they decided that they wanted like a fancier version to work with the non-final boss, and given how well received it was, I'm pretty sure that the reason why we got a similar experience with Endwalker is because of how well received it was. It's funny with these things because sometimes when you look back, you don't remember that the game was slightly different in that regard, because it's such a weirdly specific thing that wasn't in the game with the release of the expansion. Oh, and that was a little wild. We got there in the end. That very end there, where it's so many mechanics back to back, is a little scary. But yeah, this particular section is really fun if you're the tank, especially because some of the mobs will randomly slow you, and whether your healer chooses to use a sooner on you or not has a huge impact on how much fun you're having during such a pull. Nice. If I remember correctly, this particular pull also sometimes can be a little bit brutal. It's just, for some reason, the initial dungeon of an expansion is always weirdly, really, really hard. Oh boy. You know what, we just saw in real time the classic benediction into Super Bolide combo. Zip says he didn't trust me. For anyone a bit new to the streams, mackerel is Zip. It was as close as it could possibly get. I was getting a little worried. So when you both went for your like last resort button, it wasn't surprising. That's a lot of that. Uh-oh. I think Zip is disconnected. It's okay, Zip. You just make your way back into the game and then we'll see what we can do. It's just one big lag spike. Well, I'm dead. Let's believe in the tank. Maybe they can still clear it. Maybe they'll die to this though. No? I think it comes down to whether they can out-heal the regular damage that comes out. I just want to say that as someone who likes to play tanks, getting this kind of opportunity naturally to see if you can beat a boss is is always fun, but you rarely get this kind of opportunity naturally. And given that you typically have to deal with trash packs in between these kinds of bosses, you wouldn't be able to do this on your own, like experience this kind of boss fight necessarily. I would like to see if we can beat it, and I'll stay dead so that we have the front seat. We can see Rogan Belmont be a hero. As Tracer said, our tank, our hero! I believe. They might be able to do it by forcing... oh boy. Ah. The thing I would have done different if I was in the driver's seat is that as a gunbreaker I would be doing a lot more 1-2 combos instead of 1-2-3 combos, because Brutal Shell actually can heal quite a lot over time and prevent a lot of damage. So I don't know, I didn't pay enough close enough attention to see whether Rogan was doing that, but that would be the one thing that I would be doing, like spamming every single heal that I had. There's no reason to use Solid Barrel unless your health bar is completely full and the Brutal Shell wouldn't have helped anyone. But it's okay. We go again. Ready to go? Tracy? Excellent. Just to be sure, maybe I should be extra careful to save my healing. Last try, I died exceptionally quickly because I don't believe my healing was even available anymore already. Very effective. And you saw the preemptive medica too, very well timed. And then I think we might be able to ignore this mechanic outright. Nice. Oh, I didn't even notice that the Rogan here was actually only level 71. That might change some things. I can't remember. Do Gunbreakers get anything particularly strong at 72? Is that when they get Fated Circle? I think that's when they get Fated Circle, but I can't remember for sure. And the next pack. Oh dear. Oh boy. This is awkward. The thing I always find interesting about these packs is how, if you can actually control quite a lot of the fight by positioning, because the big guys with the big tail, you can just dodge their tail swipe, for example. But you also have a lot of control if you can stun the enemies. But that puts a huge factor on whether your healer is a white mage or not. That's not to say that it is a bad thing. It's just that if your healer is a white mage, then the stuns that you have are going to get spent immediately. I think it's very, very strange how the holy stuns last so long that incidentally this enmity guy gets stunned right at the very last moment each time with a fraction of a second stun. Just enough. Be effective. And that was lucky. I used my 2-minute cooldown burst quite early and in an awkward time, but it means that everything's ready on time. Ophelia. Nope, there's a tank buster, so we give it the feint. Oh, who's getting changed? It's Kaisanada. I'm here to help. I think my cooldowns really got messed up there for some reason. Oh right, because we had to move away from the boss. Peter says, I have such a hard time with this boss for the first time. Was it perhaps because of this left, right and out thing? It's one of the first times in the game, I think, where you like experience a dungeon boss that does this thing where it tells you the telegraph in the last fraction of a second. When he spins! Oh, yeah, that one is pretty brutal too. Oh boy. Ooh. Well, it's not so bad. I thought it was going to do a lot more damage. You didn't expect the tail? Oh, right. It's like a double-sided spin attack. Speaking of which, I feel like we're sorely lacking said spin attack. Oh, there it is. Good time as ever to use True North. There's also the part where this mechanic goes on for... I feel like that mechanic takes a little too long. I will use Limit Break after this Nout thing. Well, that was the one time for me to do it. Now I get chained down. And level 82. Nice. Yet it isn't necessarily an easy boss. I have seen players that have had trouble with this fight. Especially with mechanics that are like that, with the tail. And Sip says, I didn't expect a Reaper item in the chest. Well, it sort of makes sense. If the job starts at level 70, they would have to make sure that dungeons from level 70 and up are equipped to deal with Reaper. I believe there's also gunbreaker weapons from level 60 and onwards. And Tracy says, it's the first time I've beaten that boss without dying. Well, congratulations! That's nice.
It's releasing its ether! Fall back! We cannot let it touch us! Quickly, my lord, we must withdraw!
That will not be necessary, Captain. Though I appreciate your concern. The eternal light of these creatures has confounded us for nigh on 100 years. For each we have put down, another has risen up in its place, born of the self-same ether relinquished by its predecessor. But now we have a way to contain that corruption. The blessing of light, and the hero who wields it now stands before you.
It's a little warm. It's a little warm. Almost felt something. Strange. I have achieved the form of the first stage Super Saiyan.
Behold, the monster's power is broken, and the world, twisted by its touch, returns to its rightful form.
Scar. It can't be.
What's happening?
It's so beautiful.
The sunless sea. The warrior of darkness has come.
Is that what I think it is?
The night sky, as it should be.
Who are you people? You killed a warden, then bathed in its ether as if it were a spring shower, and now the sky? The legends are true. My lord?
How many years have I waited for this moment? For the one possessed of her blessing. For you. You have vanquished the Light Warden of Lakeland, and for the first time in a century, darkness has returned to the mantle of night. Without the ever-present light to sustain them, the Sin Eaters will have no choice but to retreat. Yet our victory is far from complete. Though darkness has fallen here, the other wardens yet bask beneath burning skies, feasting upon what little life remains. Even should it cost me all I have, I would see each and every one of them slain, that this world might be spared from oblivion. Not only for the first, but for the source as well. Save one, and we save the other. But be that as it may, I concede it was wrong of me to summon you to this fight against your will. I swear, on my life, I will one day atone for that deed. But for the present, I beg you, stay and see this fight to its conclusion. Cast down the wardens and restore darkness to the first.
It sounds like a glorious adventure.
On behalf of the first, I offer you my deepest thanks.
I understand there is much at stake here, Exarch, but why do you risk yourself so readily? It must have been a dangerous drain on your ether to summon even one person across the rift.
I do it for my people, of course. To give the Crystarium the tomorrow it deserves.
That is true now, yes, but the city had yet to be built when you first called forth the Crystal Tower. I'm simply curious to know what prompted you to commit yourself so completely to this particular course.
There are things which we can ill afford to lose. And I sensed from the first that I had a part to play in preserving them. Forgive me. I fear the events of the day may have taken their toll. Despite appearances, I am an old man. One burdened with many difficult memories, some too painful to recall.
Well then, I'm sorry for pressing you. It's a family failing, I'm afraid.
One which has served us well more often than not. Needless to say, we will continue to fight at your side until the last Senator is defeated.
Come then, my warriors of darkness. Let us gather the surviving villagers and make our way back to the Crystarium.
Nice. Yeah, it is a very powerful scene. That actually reminds me. I just want to say this real quick, is that this effect where when one of the shards are like overwhelmed by an element, it is like it trickles into the source. That actually means, so last stream, if not the stream before that too, I commented on the fact that there was this story thread about lack of ether in random zones, like just somewhat slightly dead places with no ether. And I commented that it felt like it was a random story thread that was like mentioned, brought up, and poked at multiple times, like, what is this? And then all the Scions go to Norvrandt, and then when we get back, this thing is gone. Obviously, the trickling of this stasis affecting calamity, infused calamity, you could say, would obviously have the effect that ether would just slowly disappear around the world in the source, I'm guessing, because it's sort of the effect that it has here, you know. The empty expanse south of Amarang suggests that that is exactly what would happen. Everything would look like the burn. How quickly you have justified my faith in you. So many lives saved, and the sky itself heralds your success. A single victory in a larger struggle, perhaps, but a momentous one nonetheless. Exactly, they forget nothing. And that's why my comment was more like, did they forget something? Or was it like a story thread that we haven't picked up yet, but given where we are in the story as it is now, in like in the current story in Endwalker, it's probably not something that was forgotten. And as it isn't something that was forgotten, we must have addressed it, and this is the obvious explanation of how it was addressed, is that we deal with the first. We'll do this quest to finish up on this little story beat, and then we will continue the story next time. So we start with a new story, or a new part in the story. Now, as for how we proceed from here. The villages we evacuated earlier have arrived safely in the Crystarium. They seem to be accepting their situation for the moment. Most folk are far too distracted by the sky to worry about wounds or lost homes. They whisper and wonder if the Warrior of Darkness has come. Just to be expected. Caetsu, I must ask a favor of you. Would you be so kind as to conceal your involvement in this endeavor for the time being? Thank you for watching, Tracy. Hopefully I'll see you again soon. And good night, or morning, afternoon, depending on where you are, Tracy. Thank you for joining for the dungeon. Seeing the light recede from... okay. Seeing the light recede from Lakeland is a momentous occasion, and many will be swept up in a maelstrom of excitement and confusion. Should you come forth as the legendary Warrior of Darkness, I fear that, no matter how good your intentions, such an appearance would throw the city into disarray. I find myself in agreement with the Exarch, although my concerns are more focused on Eulmore. It may be best if you maintain a low profile until we see how Vauthry responds to all of this. My thanks. Though we cannot freely celebrate your success, pray allow your heart to be buoyed by the joy of our citizens, a joy you surely brought into being. And I must ask the same discretion of you, Captain. It is my intention to share with our people the tale of a great warrior who stood in defiance of the Sin Eaters. This unnamed champion defeated the Light Warden, and has since departed for parts unknown, yes? As you wish, my lord. Your penchant for mystery is nothing new, and I will encourage folk not to question this either. Although, I expect to be told the whole truth of it one day, about all of you. With that settled, I shall return to the Crystarium and make an address to the people. These explanations and adjustments will consume much of my time, so pray take the opportunity to rest and recover from your exploits. And to think, you'll not even need to shutter the windows to enjoy a dark and peaceful night's sleep. I must stay behind and coordinate the evacuation of the remaining survivors. And I hesitate to ask after all you've done here today, but could I ask you to pass on a message on your way to the Pendants? Please let Bragi know that we're bringing in a number of injured, and that any restoratives in the markets need to be reserved for the infirmary. We should start making our way back to the Crystarium. Slowly, mind you. It wouldn't do to arrive too soon after the Exarch. I'm staying behind as well. There's something I need to check on in Holminster. We already went through the village top to bottom, Alisaie. We should all take the chance to rest, you included. I knew one of those eaters, and I can't rest. Not now. So please, I wish to be left alone for a while. And that means you as well, Caetsu. I shall be cross if you try to follow me. I promise to find you later, when I feel myself again. Just you and me then, shall we? That was a little funny. How we saw all the characters poof out of existence. Probably a good idea to have that as the free zone, since we'll be returning here a bunch of times. Well, the Crystarium seems relatively ordered, wouldn't you say? The Exarch's speech must have been reassuring to hear. On the contrary, there's something jubilant in the air. I have a feeling this night won't be quite as peaceful as our hooded friend predicted. I think I shall take a brief stroll around town before retiring to my chambers. Once you've just discharged your duty to Bragi, I suggest you do the same. Sleep well, Caetsu. I hope untroubled dreams find you and Alisaie both. The Rotunda. Oh, we got multiple gear drops. That's an upgrade. Well, we got one. That is not an upgrade. That looks very weird. We should repair. Hi, what can I do for you? Looking to buy a lantern, like every other stumbling soul in the city? Wouldn't that be something? I see. Well, Captain Lena can rest assured that any potions I spot coming in will be set aside for the wounded. Hang on a moment. If you're carrying messages for the guard, does that mean you were there then? The battle at Holminster? A stalwart lass like you might want to pay a visit to the Wandering Stairs. Make yourself known. I'm sure Glennard can introduce you to some interesting opportunities. Oh yeah, the role quest lines. Also, someone that can repair. Is that over here? Nope. Maybe? Nope. There. Zip says, I think I can repair level 80 gear. Well, you don't have to. I think part of the importance of this journey is also to show that, like, what happens as you play through. Like, you can see, I aside from a little bit of glamour, the money that this character has is its own. And if you start repairing for me, then, well, either I have to pay you specifically, or either way, it suddenly makes it a little complicated to state whether or not I made that money myself. So it's fine, Zip, but thank you anyway. Zilla, more beer for table 2, and a couple of pints of mead for table 3 while you're at it. Coming right up. Sorry, we rushed off our feet today, miss. Can I get you anything? Drinks are on the house. Oh, that Bragi has a twisted sense of humor. Ah, to think he'd send you to me at a time like this. The first real night in near 100 years has folk all riled up and then some.
What's more, there was that eater business at Holminster Switch. They say a light warden was destroyed without a damn trace, and it was the warrior of darkness who did the deed.
I really must apologize for Glenn. He's been almost as rowdy as our customers, and that's no small feat. A lot of our regulars are bounty hunters, you see. They mostly go after eaters, and the rumor of the warrior's appearance was the spark to their kindling.
You know how the weak eaters are drawn to the strong ones, right? Aye, they swarm like angry bees around a queen. You need look no further than Holminster for proof of that. But attacks on that scale don't happen every day. Praise the blessed shadow. No, the more common threats are the strays. No one knows why, but every now and again, an eater will leave the pack to prowl alone. Those are the ones you run into on the road if your luck is foul. They're a danger to everyone, so the settlement council puts bounties on their heads, and our bar here is a convenient place for hunters to gather and share information.
Seems a few of them were inspired by the warden slaying even more than most. These are the types who have their sights set on the absolute worst of the strays, a class of eaters that have been dubbed the cardinal virtues. The virtues showed up out of nowhere about 3 summers ago, and when historians heard the descriptions given by survivors, well, apparently they share an appearance with the villains who caused the flood. And if that doesn't send a chill down your spine, they're also reported to be as tough as light wardens, not the kind of prey you can take down single-handed. Our virtue hunters had all but given up, but knowing the warrior of darkness is out there has lit a fire in their bellies. Just look at them. That Hume over there with the oversized sword is grandson. He's in it for revenge. Wants to recruit a comrade in arms, as tenacious as he is. The Mistral lad is Lurik. Don't be fooled by those dewy cheeks. He's as hard a hunter as they come. He's just lost a partner, and seems to be on the lookout for a new one. That's Serik. Word is he seeks an expert in magecraft to help fight the virtue he's after. Last we have Giot, a dwarf and drunkard both. Wanted to join forces with a healer, and only a healer. Something about needing a mender's wisdom. I've seen my share of competent veterans, and you have that look about you. Maybe you should introduce yourself to one of our hunters. Who knows? Together you might even collect the bounty on a cardinal virtue.
Now there's a grand idea. Imagine the prestige my bar would earn if we boasted the patronage of a successful virtue hunter.
You've gained access to role quests. A separate questline and story is now available for tank, physical DPS, magical DPS, and healer roles. In order to reach the final stage of the Shadowbringers main scenario, you must complete at least one role questline. Speak with a virtue hunter at the Wandering Stairs to accept a quest offer. We'll do that at a later time. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's fine. Welcome back, miss. I wonder if anyone can sleep with the city in such an uproar, but will it be returning to your quarters? Yes. Very good. In light of the present situation, I have had illumination prepared for all our rooms. No need to rush to the markets for lanterns or candles. Have a pleasant rest, miss.
So it's your lot's turn to be the warriors of darkness, is it? It's funny how things work
out. These are my private quarters. Been watching, have you?
Well, I did warn you. I followed you to Eulmore and then on to Armareng. And I was there when you slew the Light Warden. Those white-haired twins who were with you. I remember them from our battle in the Source. Are they your friends then? Through thick and thin? Aye. Then I suggest you keep them close. It's when you charge ahead trying to save someone else that you end up losing those you love. Not that you need telling, I'll bet you've lost plenty. But I wonder, what will it cost you this time? I don't remember when it was that I learned regret wasn't worth the bother. You get numb to it all over the years. The lost comrades, the broken promises, the abandoned principles. Just more nagging burdens to ignore.
So this is what the light was hiding. She's here. I must go to her.
Meanwhile, inside an Imperial Magitech facility in the Source.
Intruders! Fan out and find them! Out of my way! Stay your weapon. We are not your enemy. When the alarm sounded, I wondered what we had done to betray our presence. But I see now we are not the only intruders. Saristinian, I presume. The dragoon who plucked the Warrior of Light from the jaws of death? Your armor is most distinct.
Much as yours once was. But even without it, I see a former legator still has eyes and ears in unexpected places. Van Baelsar, in the flesh. Though I understand you prefer Shadow Hunter.
You are in contact with the Scions, I take it.
Through no choice of my own, they tracked me down and conscripted me to their cause. I swear their receptionist was trained as a spy. Not that anyone can escape that Baldesion woman once she has caught the scent of your ether.
If they have resorted to using freelancers, I must assume their attempts to wake the afflicted have failed. And what of their champion?
Away on other business. Thus, it has fallen to me to root out any trace of the Empire's new weapon.
If it is Black Rose you seek, you are too late. My people have already completed your mission here. Yet this is but one factory among many. When they caught wind of our efforts, they built additional facilities to ensure production continues unabated. There will be no one left in the lands they conquer. No citizens to conscript. No skills to exploit. Nothing the Empire needs. And they will call it victory.
What exactly does this Black Rose do?
The gas is described as a poison, but its actual effect is more arcane in nature. It was created to disrupt the ether in living beings, to bring the flow of their life energies to a standstill. Inhaling even the tiniest amount will cause all bodily functions to cease, much as a potent venom will stop a man's heart. Released over a city, Black Rose could conceivably kill every inhabitant, and all without damaging a single structure.
Search every corner! Rouse the barracks if you have to! I want this facility secured!
I have more questions, but now is not the time.
Sir Estinian, I have an offer for you, but I will make it only once. Since it would seem we seek the same answers, you are welcome to join us.
Ha! From what I hear, you need all the help you can get. In case you don't know, Varys himself confessed that your empire was a creation of the Scions.
I am aware of what his Radians said at the parley. Thus I would return to the capital, that I might behold the truth of this corruption with my own eyes. My path leads to Garlemald.
Hey again, Sansu. You were doing Uwu proc. I hope it went well. Can I get back to... I can't even enter my chambers. Let me just grab this quest, and then we'll figure out what we do about that. Begging your pardons, miss, but do you perchance intend to head outside? If so, I would strongly advise you not to stray too far from the Crystarium, where it has that Eulmore has dispatched its military to Lakeland. Given the timing, one can only assume they do not welcome the return of night. Even now, the Exarch is in the Ocular, deliberating a response. Yes, I would like to retire to my quarters. That was what we were planning. We were about to finish up the stream. Went from Fresh to killing Garuda and halfway through Ifrit, so not so bad for about 2 hours of gameplay. That's really good. I haven't done Uwu myself, so I don't exactly know the process, but it sounds like I got through, like, quite a lot. Here we go. Right. So, I get the impression that there might not be many still watching because we got such a long stream. But if there's anyone still watching, aside, also Sansu is still watching, of course. But as usual, this is the opportunity if there's anything you would like to ask or talk about briefly before we round up the stream. And regardless of whether you have any questions or not, I would like to say thank you so much for watching along. And, as usual, I would like to remind you that the channel has a Discord server. This Discord server is the best place if you would like to have a more reliable source of whatever happens on the channel, as that would mean you are no longer reliant on the YouTube algorithm to choose whether you get the information that is posted on the channel. Namely, there's a weekly schedule channel where you can always find the schedule whenever it's posted, and it's usually posted there first. Additionally, there's a channel specifically dedicated to whenever new content is posted, new videos, streams are planned, new shorts, whatever it is. That's where that would be the easiest place to find it immediately when it comes out. There are also channels for discussing the game, discussing music, discussing memes, discussing glamour. So generally, if you would like to hang out with the other people you've seen on streams, that is a great place to do that. But that is mostly what I have to advertise, so to speak. Sip says, can you look at my DM? I need your advice. Let me see what he says. Apparently it's glamour advice. I would suggest different shoes. I don't know why you have sandals for that outfit. Alternatively, you could post that picture, Zip, on the Discord server and ask if there's if anyone else has any suggestions. There is a glamour room specifically for that purpose. Of sharing glamour. But yes, aside from this, we could talk a little bit about what's happening next stream. Is on Tuesday, we're going to be doing some. We're going back to the one job daily roulettes stream, per request or per preference of the members of the channel. Let me just double check that before I completely commit to what I'm saying right now. Yes. So, on Tuesday, we are going to be doing daily roulettes, a chill stream with no story spoilers. But if we land in a particular encounter, it might be a little bit contextual spoilers. You never know what trial you're gonna get. So if you like those kinds of streams, I hope you will look forward to that. And Sip says, because I can see some really OP anime wizard with sandals on. If you say so, I would still recommend that, as you know that my experience with glamour starts and stops at the pink outfits. I might not be the best person to ask, but there's a whole Discord server, a whole community of people that I'm sure would love to help you. So I would direct you there instead. Now, it doesn't seem there's any other questions, so I would once again suggest, if you're interested, to join the Discord server. So you can be part of the Discord community. Other than that, I hope to see you very soon. And as always, good night, good morning, or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. And all we need to do now is say good night to Smol Caetsu. Good night. Good night.